Welcome to APEC. It is July 5th, 2025, and I'm your moderator, Tim Ventura. I want to thank everybody for joining us on today's call, along with everybody who was watching us on YouTube. So today, Joel Michalowitz will discuss the work of Burkhard Heim and Heim Theory. Greg Cathcart will discuss anomalous transit detection, and Gene Sticco will discuss newly discovered Soviet-era UFO reverse-engineering documents. This is going to be an absolutely amazing conference session. We're also going to be hearing updates from our lab partners, and we're going to finish off the event with open discussion by conference attendees. So I have some quick updates, some of the usual ones and some new ones. Today's event is on StreamYard. We're broadcasting through the Alt Propulsion YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribed, please do so now. You can ask questions using the live chat feature on the right-hand side of the page. We will try and ask them to our presenters, depending on time constraints. Again, they scroll up the page pretty fast. Sometimes we miss them. Sometimes we catch them. You can also always view conference details, replays, speaker info, and more on our website at altpropulsion.com. Okay, so a couple of the other updates. We have a lot of stuff going on. Next weekend, I have planned to visit Isaiah Ritchie's lab in Portland to capture more footage of his Searle effect generator replication work. For those of you who don't know, Isaiah Ritchie is doing an absolutely amazing, completely by the book replication of one of the most intriguing anti-gravity experiments of all time. He is unveiling a new roller magnetization process. And again, everything that he is doing follows exactly in Searle's footsteps, which is different than other replications in the past, which have all kind of cut corners and thereby fallen outside of what Searle said to do to achieve results. So this would be a really, really exciting trip. Isaiah is someone definitely to keep your eyes on. Another person to keep your eyes on is Dr. Charles Buehler, who is unveiling a new theory to describe the results that Drew Arigma and the Exodus propulsion team are seeing. So APEC conference attendees, you guys see Drew like every conference session. You see him twice a month because you see him in open mic as well. He is talking about amazing results, right? And if I remember correctly, they've had like 1 million times increase in thrust. It's still at small levels, but it is getting better and better and better and better. So Dr. Charles Buehler, who is NASA's top electrostatic expert, in fact, I think he has at least one, potentially two experiments on the moon right now. He has a new theory to describe those results. I'm going to try and get more info about that out to you guys. The other story that has been consuming a lot of my time is Ning Li and AC gravity. This has seen more interest lately as the result of a recent publication in the Huntsville Business Journal. So if you Google that, you will find updates on Ning Li, especially her later years, her health issues and accidents she had and things like that. This has kind of gotten us back into doing research. And one of the things that I have realized is a lot of folks who have come into the community recently are not familiar with a very long history of basically claimed anti-gravity effects with superconductors. This includes rotating superconductors as well as high energy pulse discharges onto superconductors. So I'm going to be doing an interview with Noah Logan on that in the near future. And I may also do some further interviews just to kind of bring everybody back up to speed on high frequency gravitational wave research, Pogleonov superconductor experiments, Ning Li's work, Claude Power's replication, and much more. So that's kind of what we got going on right now. And I want to jump in and bring Joel Michalowitz on board. Joel, welcome, sir.
Thank you. Great to be back. And it's awesome work you're doing. The Ning Li stuff is very interesting. And Hildebrand von Ludwiger talked about cross connection between Heim's theory and the stuff that Ning Li was doing. So this is also very interesting for me.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, and so you are talking about Heim theory. So what I want to do is I'm going to bring your slide deck up and you have some stuff that I'm going to actually upload in the background to
Perfect.
the APEC website. So when people go to the conference page, they can see that. And so I think we're about 5 minutes in. So I would say take it away, sir. And I will be here if you need any help. Just let me know.
Thank you very much. So it's great to be back. So first of all, I have an email address now. So if you want to contact me, Joel Michalowitz at proton.me, or you can also contact me under this Discord username that you see here. And the Discord invitation link. So again, we have a Heim Theory Discord, which provides full access to publications, drafts, over 20 hours of rare Heim audio recordings, and is an active platform for collaboration and work. So if you want to join, here's the link to join, which will only work for some days because the server is not fully boosted. So if you need a fresh link, now you can actually contact me and I will provide that to you. And we stopped the last presentation at a point where we said it's a real pity that Heim Theory was never fully integrated into the academic system. There was never a group or at least one person within the academic system who actually took upon the work to really get into it and to formulate it in a new modern language. And so now I'm really happy to say that the Heim Theory work group is starting or has started a very new push to actually achieve this. So we are funding the Cosmic Water Foundation and WETSUS, which is the EU Center for Water Technology, are funding actually a PhD position, and they have already secured 70%, 75% of the funding. So it will be a full-time position for a postdoc position, 4 years, with the mission to translate and publish Heim's work in accessible academic language, organize workshops, foster global collaboration, and integrate Heim's ideas into the scientific education. This is really needed. It's very new. I think we will get the money, but every help and the faster we realize this, the better. So if anyone wants to contribute, you will get project updates and results. If you're a contributor, might get invitations to symposiums that happen and will be even acknowledged in publications if you wish. But most and best, you will help shape the future of science. So let's unlock Heim Theory together. Do you know someone who might support groundbreaking science, or you want to do it yourself? Share this initiative to friends, colleagues, and institutions. Your network can make the difference. The contact for this is Gerrit Odaka from the Netherlands. He is part also of the Heim Theory work group. You have here his email address and also email address info@cosmicwaterfoundation.com, where you can get more information. Also, like Tim mentioned, this whole presentation, also a paper on the existence of the metron that I especially wrote for APEC. And it is actually a translation and a shorter version of a proof that is done in German and yeah, also not translated. All these documents will be at altpropulsion.com in my presentations folder. So your voice, your network, and your curiosity can help bring Heim's vision to life, and I thank you for that. So if you want to learn more about Heim Theory, if you like the presentations and think Heim Theory is interesting, there is an official website. I didn't mention that last time, heimtheory.com. You can get all the publications as PDF there. You also can get updates, links to the community and more. We will rework the website hopefully within this year that it's even better and has more stuff on it. And there's also a YouTube channel by Hannes Schmidt, 6 Dimensions in Color, who has, it's the only channel or the only person actually out there who does really video lectures and visualizations on Heim Theory. So definitely check that out if you're further interested. And of course, again, join the Heim Theory community on Discord. So let's get started. So this is going to be the second part, introduction to Burkhard Heim and Heim Theory. It's going to be a surface level introduction into key publications, or actually key concepts out of the key publications prepared for APEC. So the overview for today's presentation, which is again, it got quite long, and I hope I can fit it in 1 hour. Maybe we will have a short part in the end of the whole conference, which is like an add-on part that I also prepared. So we're going to have a look at Heim terminology 1. In the beginning of the last one, I said, if you do not understand certain terminology, you cannot understand Heim Theory. I'm going to start explain some of this terminology in the beginning, and also in this explain the elaborate naming scheme that Heim actually used. So the terminology really has meaning, and you're going to learn how and why and how that works. So we're going to have a look at his publications, the timeline of it, and what publications are actually out there. And then we're going to actually start to look into Heim Theory with a very Heimian thing to do. First, acknowledge the limits of our own knowing. and then have again a little bit philosophical insight into the ontological depths in physics itself. And from that, we're going to actually define the ontological and ontic axioms which underlie Heim theory. From one of those axioms, we're going to actually have a short derivation of the metron and see why the metron is the metron and why it has to be the metron. So then we're going to go from metron to syntrix. We're going to have a look at domain, selector, and predicates. And we're going to have a look into syntrometry, syntrometrische Maxim telecentric, or in English it would be syntrometric Maxim telecentric, is the core publication of Heim. And we're going to learn a little bit about the vocabulary and the structure of it, and the Heim's modal operator lexicon and structural logic. We're going to see the operator cascade and how laws actually emerge in it. And the end is going to show the new paradigm, physics as an evolving geometric logic machine, open to all who want to help build and explore. So, Heim terminology 1, core neologisms. Syntrometrische Maximen telecentric, when direct English translation in the Heimian sense would be syntrometric Maxim telecentric. The etymology of the word syntrometric comes from the Greek stems syn, together, tromos, order, structure, and metron, measure or metric. So the term denotes a framework in which the structure and measurement of all physical possibilities are ordered and unified within a single geometric logic, the syntrometry. So from here, you can also see why the metron is called the metron, because it is actually the metric or the measure intrinsic to reality itself. So again, I want to emphasize here, maybe after the next one, Maxim telecentric, from maximen, maxima, tele, purpose, centric, centered, and echoing also entelechie. So Maxim, entele, so entelechie is also in there, is an Aristotelian word. It means the realization of potential. And the whole word denotes centering physical law on the ultimate principle of purposeful selection and actualization. So the concept behind syntrometric Maxim telecentric is Heim's rigorous formalism that integrates polymetric geometry with a modal operator logic, encoding both the structure of reality and the rules for possible necessary and actualized states. It formalizes how physical processes select, actualize, or exclude potential configurations, unifying geometry, dynamics, and logical selection into a single mathematically expressive framework. Also, syntropy, right? So the inverse of entropy. This is something Heim introduces, and we can also see here how the words are formed, and this is very important. The Heim terminology is very thought through. In my personal opinion, in the modern standard model of physics, the name giving is random at best, and sometimes even childish naming conventions. Examples would be, for randomness, the quark, for example. People just opened a book and took the first word of a page, and the quark it is. Childish naming convention, I don't know. Strange, charm, bottom, top. Strangeness, for example, as a physical thing. Heim always made fun of that, and I think in that he showed that he was making fun of physics being so void of philosophical underlying and depths, and to him that was just funny, right? So yeah, syntropy, things come together. We can, for example, this cup, it came together, sand was put together in a Tromos order structure, right? Syn together, tropid von Tromos. So structure and syn came together. And if I drop it now, the inverse will happen. It will fall apart and entropy happens. Televariance. The English form would be televariance. The etymology of it comes from the Greek tele, distance, purpose, plus variance, variation, transformation. The concept behind it is it is Heim's term for the principle of invariance or covariance under changes of purposeful direction. or teleological structure in the space of possible physical states. It generalizes the notion of symmetry, allowing not only for geometric but also for goal and state selective transformations, fundamental for the selector logic of the synchrometric framework. So behind the scenes, this is just a short recap of the process of scientific writing that Burkhard Heim and his wife Gerda Heim went through. Heim, as you remember maybe from the first session, was blind, without hands, and very handicapped. So he had to dictate all calculations in manuscript from memory and then use auditory review. So stuff was read again, and if the people write it down correctly, right? Of course, he remembered what he said. He had a nearly perfect Gedächtnis, memory, but maybe people made mistakes by writing it down. So this was the way it went. Gerda Heim and also others also read stuff to him, like whole physics volumes, Einstein, Schrödinger, Dirac, Jordan, and Penrose. There's an audio tape on the Discord where Hildebrand von Ludwiger actually reads the work of Penrose to Heim, and they then discuss it, which is very interesting because Heim was already far ahead of the twistor theory of Penrose in that time. At least he says that in the audio tapes. So this is just a reminder. So if we go to the next page and see how much actually was published, so nowadays the publisher doesn't exist anymore, so you can get it all just as PDFs and print it yourself, and then it is like this. So it is a huge compendium of text and really a lot to go through. So the key publications to me personally are Elementarstrukturen der Materie, so elementary structures of matter, 1 and 2, which lay the foundation of polymetric geometry, model zones, and the metron structure itself. The derivation of the mass spectrum, selector theory, and cosmological framework is discussed. And the next, the most important publication in my view is the synchrometric Maxime telecentric, Heim's final metaphysical manuscript. It defines syntropy, televariance, and modal realization logic, and it is the logical backbone of the whole system. It was compiled in 2000 probably, but first published, I think it was never really I'm not sure if it was published in a book form, but the PDF came to the internet in something like 2018. So let's start going into Heim theory with first a quote from Burkhard Heim, which he said at a symposium or conference with the title World of Worldviews in 1993. Of course, it's translated and a little bit paraphrased. And he said, no human will ever create a complete image of the whole world. Each of us can only select partial aspects and view them from our unique perspective. Every depiction inevitably reflects the author's own psychological background. There's always an element of uncertainty and subjectivity in the creation progress of any worldview. Every worldview, whether scientific, philosophical, or religious, rests on a basic thesis shaped by its creator's own limitations. So this is something which to me is very much Heimian, to take something which is widely acknowledged within science, principle like uncertainty principle, and really fully applying it to everything. So the uncertainty even in the creation of a consciousness of a basic thesis, right? So, but let this not be a limit to despair over for us, but actually an invitation to approach every worldview with humility, openness, and curiosity for perspectives that are not our own. So, why physics needs ontological depths? What Heim saw missing. Modern physics excels at calculation but struggles with foundational questions. What is space? Not just coordinates, but what is its real nature? Why is the world quantized? Is that actually built in or is it just observed? What determines laws and the constants? Why are they the number that they are? How does structure or meaning actually emerge? And Heim's diagnosis to this is physics relies on silent assumptions, continuity, dimension, metrics, or last time we also talked about the assumption that there doesn't exist any metaphysics, and often silent assumptions are so silent that they're forgotten fast. Standard theories describe but cannot explain their own foundations. There's a very big problem we have today. So what Heim saw missing was a rigorous ontology. What exists, not just what is measured. Structural cause for particles, fields, dimensions, interactions, etc. Emergence of information and value from raw being. Unification as necessity, not postulate. Heim's conviction here, the world is not constructed from matter, but from quantized, structured relations. Calculation presupposes a logic of being. And to unify physics, we must quantize space, time, and logic itself. Heim's guiding principle here, a theory not grounded in necessary structure of reality, can only ever describe, never explain. So, Heim theory toward a unified philosophy of physics. Heim theory integrates 5 philosophical pillars. Ontology. Reality is not made of matter, but structured modalities. Quantized zones of the metrons, selector logic, and polymetric fields. The epistemology. Knowledge is not discovery of the given, but realization through selection. Observation is therefore modal closure, and effect is semantically permitted form. Logic, it is not classical deduction, but modal inference. Physical possibility is filtered by selector fields. Consistency is semantic, not just syntactic. Aesthetics. Structure must be simple, generative, and necessary. Physics as expressive symmetry and constraint derived sufficiency. And the teleology, reality evolves towards structured meaning. Syntropy, semantic attractors, and the organizing role of consciousness are how this is expressed in Heim theory. Heim's vision here, physics is not merely mathematical modeling, but the syntrometric realization of meaning. The disciplined exploration of how model laws, those that govern not just what is, but all that can possibly exist, structure reality at its deepest, most generative level. So the ontological versus ontic axioms in Heim theory. So the two axiom times, ontological axioms are axioms that describe how reality must be structured for anything to exist, and ontic axioms describe what actually exists in the world. Heim used 4 starting axioms, which are based on the thousands of years of science that humanity did and the empirical observation, right? Those 4 axioms are, I think nobody in physics really would disagree with any of those statements. So A, we have conservation laws, right? Energy, impulse, and charge is conserved. B, there is an extremum principle. For example, entropy increases, the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy increases within a closed system. C, all effects are quantizable. There is no continuum in the mass or energy spectra. And D, the existence of specific fields and specific interactions, fields interactions. Especially we found electromagnetism, gravity, and the 2 short-range nuclear forces. And okay, we found this 4. This doesn't mean that there are not more, right? Could be. In Heim theory, ontological axioms provide the framework for possible physical reality, while the ontic axioms enumerate its actual contents. So, and from the existence of specific fields, so D, we can actually derive the metron. And why is it a surface? Why is it not a point or a volume? So why is the metron a quantized 2D surface area? Well, field theory acts over surfaces. Physical fields like gravity, electromagnetism, etc., are defined as flux through surfaces, not just at points or within volumes. Interactions are measured and transmitted across 2D boundaries, for example, Gauss' law. Points and volumes are not fundamental here. A point has no extent. No field can be defined at a true mathematical point. We're going to have a deeper look at this, and this is also where the paper, The Existence on the Metron, is based on. A volume requires a surface to separate inside from outside, and fields always reference this boundary, so a surface. Surface is the minimal geometric support. The field knows about a source by what passes through the surrounding surface, not the bulk volume. The metron is therefore the irreducible patch where all physical structure, fields, and interactions are defined. In Heim theory, reality is fundamentally defined on surfaces. The metron is the smallest possible area where physics happens. So now we're going to have a look at the point source paradox. So classical fields, Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity, diverge at r equals 0 for a point source. So this is just like a mock-up equation for any field. You have you divide through r, right, through the distance. So if r goes to 0, the field becomes infinity. And if you actually are at 0, it is completely undefined, which is a big problem. There are no infinite strong fields, and the undefined field doesn't make sense at all. Quantum theory localizes particles, but localization beyond a certain scale creates paradoxes, pair production others. If a field source actually is a point, its own field is undefined at its location, and the concept of a field itself breaks down. The resolution for that, there must be a minimal non-zero geometric support for any field, so a last smallest surface. Heim's argument deriving the minimal universal area. For any mass m, physics gives two length scales, the reduced Compton wavelength, quantum localization equation, and the Schwarzschild radius, a gravitational horizon. The key insight here, their product is independent of the mass. And this is very great because this holds true for any kind of matter because it's independent of the mass. So it is interpreted as a universal minimal surface area, the same for all masses, denoted by tau, and it's the metron, called the metron. No structure or field can be defined on a smaller area. This is the last unit. So the metron is the smallest irreducible quantum of surface area, and it's approximately 2.6 times 10 to the power of minus 70 square meter. The physical consequences of that are all of geometry, fields, and matter are built from a lattice of metrons and not on a continuum. No physical structure exists below the metron scale. Point-like particles are excluded. They don't even make sense. Both quantum field theory and gravity are regularized already by this. The divergence are eliminated by this universal quantum. So the infinities and the problems you get by combining general relativity and quantum mechanics are already solved by introducing the metron. In Heim theory, the metron, which is the Planck area, if you look at the equation as well, is the ontological foundation of reality. Not just a number, but the basic element of existence itself. So let's go from Einstein to Heim, geometricizing physics. Einstein's vision was to unify all of physics by describing both matter and forces as manifestations of space-time geometry. And in general relativity, this is partially realized. Gravity is not a force anymore, but actually the curvature of a four-dimensional space-time manifold, so a geometric property. But the limitations here are other interactions, the electromagnetic, the weak and the strong, they remain separate and are not geometric. Matter itself, so particles, are added as extra entities and not fully geometric. Heim is actually continuing this path, and it is an advance of the geometrization project. It tries to describe all of physics, including the particle spectrum, as emergent from a quantized higher dimensional geometry. The synchrometric innovation is integrate a modal operator logic, the synchrometric Maxim telecentric, that systematically encodes the rules of physical possibility, necessity, and selection, allowing the theory to represent not only structure, but also the dynamics of emergence, measurement, and physical law itself. Why geometricize? Why Heim's path is unique, at least to this extent. Why pursue geometrization of all physics? If all physical phenomena, matter, fields, even law, are geometric, then physics reduces to the structure and dynamics of a single unified space. You don't need to add anything by hand. There are no external forces, particles, or measurement postulates. Then it's really a unified theory. it forces us to quantize geometry itself, so the discrete building blocks, the metrons, extend geometry to include all physical observables, and for that you need higher dimensions, encode emergence, measurement, and selection within the geometric logic via synchrometric operator rules. If matter fields and law are all geometric, then the universe is a self-organizing combinatorial structure. Heim's theory is the first to attempt this fully, deriving not just gravity but all known particle masses and forces from quantized higher dimensional geometry together with a synchrometric operator logic. So here you can already see that the mass formula and other stuff that Heim is kind of famous for, this had to come out of this kind of scheme. If not, he would have been doing something wrong. So for this, you need a new type of quanta. So we know field quanta, we know particle quanta, but Heim says there needs to be a material field quantum. Denoted MQ, the material field quantum, is Heim's universal building block for all physical reality. It is not a specific particle, but an abstract unit from which both ponderable, massive, and not ponderable, massless entities arise. So fermion, bosons, and everything that might else exist. All fields and particles, electrons, photons, gravitons, are viewed as different states or eigenconfigurations of this material field quantum. The goal here is to derive the full spectrum of observed matter and forces as quantized manifestations of this material field quantum, with no separate postulations of particles and fields or anything else. Just everything needs to come out of this one unified idea. The challenge here is to derive the full diversity of physical phenomena from nothing but the combinatorics and logic of this material field quantum and its symmetries and selections. So let's actually have a look at an equation out of the synchrometric Maxime-telecentric publication, Heim's Syntrix structure. So syn, we remember, was together. Trix comes from matrix. So a matrix which has a lot of stuff come together. The combinatorial state space. What are we actually seeing here? S is Heim's superstate vector, called Syntrix, a combinatorial object, not just a wave function, but a multi-layered, multi-operator state. This object combines domains, selectors, and predicates, encoding all possible structures in the theory. And I could explain a little bit more in depth the selectors and everything, but this would just go into like 100 hours if I do everything in detail. So this is just it's just a surface level, right? If you have further questions, join the Discord. If you want more, I'm probably going to do more presentations. So yeah. Syntrix is Heim's word for the total configuration space of all possible structural states. Each component in the big brackets is itself a vector or operator with multiple indices mixing geometry, logic, and algebra. The Syntrix anatomy. What do the symbols actually mean? So the domain operator defines the space of allowed indices states. Think possible positions or zones in modal geometry. Kn is a selector operator. It acts like a logical filter projector, selecting which configurations are allowed, akin to quantum projection, but more general. The more general is also something you're going to see a lot. Heim generalized a lot of principles, and he had to because he wanted a big unified theory. And this needs to be, in the first step, extremely general, absolutely general, actually. So the predicatrix, predicate operator, encodes logical or semantic relations between states, allowing for complex structures and statements about statements. ZN, Zn, modal indices labeling different zones or subspaces in the total configuration space. And then you have lower level indices that could be physical quantum numbers, logical states, or geometric values, depending on the context that it is used in. And you have a function operator acting on pairs of modal indices, encoding interaction, correlation, or transformation rules. So the interpretation, the syntrix, isn't just a vector, but an operator-structured object, encoding all possible system configurations and the rules for their selection, transformation, and relation. The syntrix, why is it so radical? Traditional quantum mechanics uses state vectors in Hilbert space. Heim's syntrix is a combinatorial supervector living in a much larger space of spaces. Every possible physical and logical structure is particle field law, even selection rule, is a configuration in this syntrix. Operators in Heim theory are not just acting on a fixed space, they are part of a web of interacting selectors, predicates, and domains that generate reality by combinatorial logic. This framework allows Heim theory to encode not just what exists, but all that could possibly exist, and why only some things are selected and realized. It is unification of geometry, logic, and physical law at the most fundamental level. It can derive measurement, emergence, and even law itself from the structure, not from outside assumptions. So bottom line, the syntrix equation is the skeleton key for Heim's vision of a mathematically generated, fully self-organizing universe. So this is the cascade of vocabulary that comes out of it. So I'm not gonna read them or explain them all in detail, but yeah, these are also just some terms. It's not a complete list taken from the centrometrische Maximum-Telecentric, and they all have a deep sense. They are all also combined within formulas, and so you can get a feel for how complicated Heim theory gets. So I'm thinking about Sabine Hossenfelder here and her call for an ugly universe theory. She should have a look at centrometric Maxim-Telecentric. And those vocabulary is actually Heim's centrometric toolkit. In Heim's formalism, each layer is recursively nestable, yielding a fractal hierarchy of logic, selection, and emergence. Every operator or structure can itself be bundled, Heim calls this cooperated, or reselected, possibly ad infinitum. So another equation that I wanted to show is equation 54 and 54a out of the centrometric Maxim-Telecentric, and it's Heim's polymetric curvature and selector logic. What do these equations encode? There are generalized Riemann tensor in here for a polymetric, multimetric modal geometry in Heim's framework. Selector fields Q act on this geometry, projecting only allowed configurations into physical reality, and composite operators encode additional curvature, interaction, and selection fields. Well, generalized Riemann tensor. Someone trained in modern physics will look at this and say, well, I don't see the Christoffel symbol anywhere. And this is one of the problems if you study Heim theory. Heim used very old school kind of notation that is actually not taught in modern physics and science anymore, and it's not used anymore. So the problem in bringing Heim theory into the 21st century is also that you need to get used to very old kind of notation within a completely new system of logic, and it's very difficult. So RI, mu, gamma, KLM is a generalized curvature operator, and it extends the Riemann tensor to the multimetric model space in which Heim theory operates. The indices here, mu labels a specific metric model sector, external internal field model, gamma additional model geometric directions, IK, L, MS are usual tangent indices over the 6D or 12D space. And the generalized Christoffel symbols, connection coefficients for each metric modal direction, they encode how the geometry connects neighboring quantized surface metrons in all directions. And behind this arrow, this is how modern physical notation for this would look like. So yes, it is exactly the same, but just a different type of notation. Heim uses the old school notation. Modern physics uses the form with the Christoffel symbol. So yes, this is a major problem if you study physics and you start to read Heim. The symbols that he uses, the syntax that he uses, and also like some of the signs he uses, I can't even reproduce them in LaTeX at the moment. I really have problems with that. We're going to see later what I mean. So yeah, it's fun. The formula has the same logic as the Riemann tensor in general relativity, but is much richer and more general. It captures not only spacetime curvature, but also how all modal field internal structures twist and interact. The key point here in Heim's theory, curvature is not a single field as in GR, but a full operator valued object encoding the raw geometric possibility space. So let's go step by step. Selector operators and physical realization. SE mu gamma KLM is the selector weighted curvature, the actual generator of emergent fields and particles. Why this is the total connection curvature operator. Curvature plus selector induced terms. This combines raw geometry with the rules for structure formation. And this is the selector projector field. It determines which geometric configurations are realized as physical acts, like a modal filter. In quantum terms, it's a generalization of the projection operator, but built from model logic, not just Hilbert space. And this is an additional selector or interaction field, possibly encoding further constraints or emergent properties. The key point here in Heim theory, selectors encode all the laws of selection, emergence, and measurement, not as postulates, but as intrinsic parts of the geometry. So bring it all together, how geometry actually becomes physics. Heim's polymetric equations encode a new paradigm. Geometry is a multi-metric modal manifold on 6 or 12D. Curvature is not just gravity, but the full structure of physical possibility. Selector logic, operator fields, so selectors, act to filter and actualize only specific permitted configurations as fields or particles. Physical reality emerges as a spectrum of eigenstates selected by model logic, structured by polymetric geometry. So polymetric, you just have multiple metrics, okay? Measurement, quantization, and law are no longer added on. They are intrinsic to the very logic of geometry. So the synthesis here, Heim theory fuses geometry, logic, and selection into a single computable framework where what exists is an outcome of structure and rule, not assumption. So Heim's equation 16 from the synchrometric maxime telecentric. And here you already see that there are some signs which are kind of fancy, and I'm having problem to actually realizing them in LaTeX. So also on the later slide where I give an overview over the parts of this is not perfect and not complete. I apologize for that, and I will try to improve on it. You can see this a little bit as a model Feynman path integral. So think of this as a generalized Feynman path integral, but instead of summing over paths in space-time, you are actually recursively composing and selecting chains of modal operator states in a vast fractal logic structure. Selectors pick the allowed physical or meaningful combinations, operators transform them, and meta-operators ensure closure and emergence of higher level order. So I'm going to break some parts of this equation down. So AI is the modal vector, state, quantum number, or modal building block. This is the selector, an operator choosing projection or relating to modal elements. This denotes a selector action, encodes projection or selection between elements via the selector. And these are operators acting on modal elements, transformations, symmetry actions, or lifts. And this denotes a cascade product. It is a recursive composition over index I, a path in modal space. So we have a meta operator for synchrometric functor or synchrometric functor. It is a higher level selector or closure operator. So this is what I mean with nested. you have something, and then you have a more complicated form of it, and then you have a more complicated form of it, and you can also derive an even more complicated form of it. You also have some identity or neural elements which are ensuring closure. For example, a neutral element doing nothing, right? Sometimes that's needed for completeness. So the Cathcart product, recursive model construction. So let's start with a sequence of model states, A1 to AN. Between each pair, insect a selector acting as a projector or compatibility condition. So this symbol means relate or select AI plus 1 from AI via the selector. The total product recursively builds a complex composite modal structure, one layer at a time. This is actually like chaining together all possible allowed moves in a model logic game, each step filtered by a selection rule. So branching, inversion, and meta operators. The model vector AK is here transformed by the operator GK, producing a new model state, AGKK. AGK. So the inverse allows backtracking or resolving ambiguities, and is analogous to time reversal or undoing a transformation. And the meta operator closes the construction. If a chain loops back via identity, it projects to a higher level order. So like a Feynman sum, but with branching, recursion, and closure at every level. Equation 16 is actually a meta recursion blueprint. And it goes like this. You have a recursive product which builds up a model structure by iterated selector action. Then you have a branching OR, which allows for alternative selector operator chains, a branch points in logic space. You have operator actions, which transform states, possibly invert or close loops. And you have the meta selection, which collapses all allowed chains to higher order structure and emergent law, spectrum, or configuration. And then the identity closure. If a chain returns to itself, the structure is closed or stable. So equation 16 from the syntrometric Maxime telecentric is not a formula to solve. It is the skeleton of all possible modal constructions and selections in Heim's world. So the physical and logical meaning of all of this. The physical analogy is particle physics. Each allowed particle state is built by chaining modal factors, quantum numbers, selectors, operator actions, and that filtered recursively. The spectral theory, the mass or charge is the emergent value from the allowed path in model operator space. Emergence, higher laws and stable configurations condense from all recursive allowed chains via meta operators. The logical analogy here is think fractal logic. Each selector or operator nests, recurses, and reselects, forming a hierarchy of possible worlds, culminating in those that are stable, closed, or meaningful. So yeah, this is a symbolical reference for the equation again. So you can pause and have a look here. Again, I couldn't perfectly depict all of the signs. I'm going to work on this. A summary for the equation. It encodes Heim's vision that all of physics, logic, and emergent law arises from recursively chained, selected, and transformed modal states. Every stable law, spectrum, or configuration is the fixed point or closure of a vast recursive selection process in model operator space. Heim's syntrometric formalism is not just a formula, it is an engine for emergence, selections, and universal law. So this is actually a slide from the second half of the last presentation that I didn't hold. Which again, this shows that Heimian logic is not a symbolic formalism. It is a modal filter on existence, and it satisfies the Leibniz Charakteristika Universalis criteria that states logic should express all thinkable truths via structural operations. Okay, Heim realizes this by saying physics equals semantic logic over modal surfaces. I could also maybe also state, so you see here that there's no equal signs, but there's the sign for identity. This is used a lot in Heim theory, and Heim really meant it. He really meant identity here, not equal. This is maybe an important point to mention as well. So Charles Sanders Peirce, semiotics and logic are inseparable. Heim aligns field identity with interpretance of selector structure, realizing this. And Kurt Gödel stated, no system of arithmetic is complete. And Heim accepts this fully and says physical realization is actually convergence, not deductive closure. Yes. So from this cosmology, as a modal condensation, no singularities, Heim applies modal geometry to cosmology. The universe emerges via modal condensation, which is a phase transition in the modal lattice. So you don't need a big bang and a singularity and a wonder in the beginning. It is just a modal condensation, a phase transition in the modal lattice that matter realized. No initial singularity, the Big Bang is replaced by a transition model structure, avoiding infinite densities. The cosmic evolution follows from the collective behavior of metrons in selector fields, and the same geometric principles that yield particle properties also govern cosmic structure and its history. So from parameters to predictions, the power of Heim theory. The standard model relies on numerous empirically fitted constants and unexplained structures. Heim theory aims to derive particle properties, force strengths, and even spacetime structure from first principles. Every field, mass, and constant is a consequence, not an input of geometric and combinatorial logic. The framework is predictive. New states or effects can be calculated in principle once the model geometry and selectors are specified. The goal here is to transition from postdictive science to true ab initio theory. Depth and difficulty, why this matters. Heim invents a new meta-mathematical language on par with the leap from set theory to category theory. The formalism is abstract. Reading it is like encountering early logic or quantum theory for the first time. I can really speak to this. It's like when you first read it, you're just confused. Actually, I was. The reward, if correct, this could unify not only physics, but also logic, information, and emergence, and explain the why behind the laws. Okay. So the if correct is something that I want to emphasize again. Heim was never finished. This is also in the files that are uploaded to the folder of my presentation today. There is a file that is actually quite new. I just saw it like 3 weeks ago, and it is a table of content for the work on synchrometric Maxime telecentric, and it dates back to the mid 50s probably. This is how the Heim theory workgroup dated it so far. So yes, and the synchrometric Maxime telecentric, this logical masterpiece of Heim. In the table of contents, it starts the same as the real value that I have printed out here starts. And I think maybe 1/3, maybe a fourth of it is realized in this book. But what comes after is very interesting because the last 3 chapters are the realization of an interplanetary spaceship, a spaceship that uses Hildebrand von Ludwiger would say a projector drive, kind of a warp drive, and has smaller spaceships in it, which use the Contra-Barry effect to propulse, to have propulsion within local spacetime, right? So the projector drive would be to get from point A to point B in a hyperspace, and the Contra-Barry propulsion system would be used within local spacetime. So this was Heim's goal all along. This is why Heim really fits to APEC and needs to be further discussed and researched. Our current project is to reconstruct, clarify, and extend this framework for modern science and engineering. And yes, let's engage with Heim theory, help shape the legacy, join the Discord server. So we still have some time. At this point, I can go to the add-on or I can stop. Tim, What do you think? The add-on is maybe it's going to be 10, 15 minutes, maybe a little bit more. Should I get into it, or should I make a break here?
We might want to break here because we've got about 5 minutes left.
Yeah, I
So,
think that's better. So maybe
but
in the
Joel,
end, if you want,
does this open the door for part 3?
if
That's
you
a
guys
cliffhanger.
if you guys are into it, it can
Yeah,
also open, like,
no,
definitely. Yeah.
I would love to have you back. So,
Yeah,
I,
maybe
I
not in
mean,
2 months, but yes.
you know what? No, it's so valuable. This is Heim is a big independent path of research, and it makes a lot of really important predictions, and it re-envisions a lot of physics in a new way that needs more attention. So,
Definitely.
yeah, I
This is why I also like the PhD position for 4 years, a full-time position. I think there needs to be a team, right? The problem that Heim personally had, when he developed a theory, he didn't want to publish because he wanted to do the experiment and the theory both. But he never finished the experiments, and he didn't publish the theory in time because he couldn't finish the experiment. And when he was ready to say, okay, I cannot get the experiment done, it's too costly, and I'm too handicapped to realize it, the theory was so far developed that there was no peer to review it. And so if we get one PhD position, that's great. And if that person tries to write a paper, he will come to the same problem that Heim had. There is no other person that can actually peer review. So
well,
actually we would need a team of people, but this is a very good step in the right direction. So I hope we will get the funding and really realize this.
yeah, and Joel, so your email is there. That is up on the
Yes.
page right now. Joel Michalowitz at proton.me. I'm not going to write that into chat because that will get scraped and spammed, but it is there for folks who can see it. Yeah, I would love it, if you were able to get funding for experiments. And then another thing to keep in mind would be we have lots and lots of experimenters, a lot of whom, we know, right? Our lab partners, our lab partner network. There are also people who are watching and tuning in who we're not aware of. And so what you might consider, and maybe this would be a part 3, is like, here are the experiments. Here's what it needs to look like.
Yes.
Put that out there into the void, so to speak, and see who
I,
bites.
I really would love that. And if Ilobrand von Ludwiger would still be around, we would probably have no problem to bring that up really fast. But because he isn't, it's not so easy. So I actually at the moment I'm not completely sure how to realize the experiments. I'm working on getting this knowledge, and I'm working with the Heim Theory work group to get us there. And I'm
Awesome.
already in
Awesome.
contact with some of the people here in APEC. And yeah, let's
Yeah.
build on it.
Yeah, no, I'm 100% with you. And that for me, and I know I'm preaching again, but like this year, it's becoming more and more apparent that you have these things that move forward in terms of theory and realizations and science, and then you reach this point where it's like, okay, we have to get testing done. And it seems
Yes.
like this year that's becoming more and more apparent. It's like, we got to do the work, and a lot of that comes back to hands-on. So yeah, if the work group is able to help propose experiments, that would be wonderful. We'll find folks to help work on them.
Yeah, awesome. I'm definitely going to try everything to make that a reality, and I'm going to come back here and to open mic and yeah, let's do it.
Awesome. Okay, well, yeah, so we're just about at the top of the hour. So Joel, thank you so much. And again, it's your Discord server is on there, your website or your Discord username and the server, those are on the page right now. Your website was heimtheory.com.
Yes, heim-theory.com. It's the Heim Theory work group is curating it. It's not very up to date, but we're going to have a push to update the website and to bring it into a modern state. Hopefully within this year.
Okay, so what we have just about a minute left. So let me do a screen share really quick. So this, I believe, is the website.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. And that's
Yes.
heim-theory.com.
And it has an English space as well. If you go up, you can there is an English section right from synchrometry left of the mailing list. So yeah, you can
English.
right.
Okay,
So yeah.
there we go. Perfect. Yeah, and for folks who aren't aware, Google Translate actually is really amazing for most of this
Yes.
stuff as well.
And actually, if you have a pro version of ChatGPT, for example, just drop the Heim Theory original documents in there. It can actually tell you a lot. It's not perfect. It might hallucinate and might talk some bullshit sometimes, but it actually can give you really some good ideas out of the theoretical framework. Of course, like always with large language models, you have to really use your own mind and check if it's makes sense what it's saying. But it's a great tool, really. Like you can really break through the language barrier, and even with Heim Theory, I think it can understand Heim Theory on the first glimpse better than a native German speaker, because Heim Theory is
Yeah.
almost no German anymore, right? It's
And what I have seen in mailing lists, you may have seen this also. And again, I only have a sec, but physicists and engineers are using ChatGPT. They are using AI for work
yes,
now. They do check it. You have to check the results, right? But yeah, it is being used, and I think that it's one of those small things that makes a giant difference, right? But
yeah.
that's happening
There,
right now.
there are the first proofs come into mathematics that are purely done by AI now. So it is a great tool, and of course it can do mistakes, but humans can do as well, right? So this
Yeah.
is why peer review exists. So yeah,
Awesome. Okay. Well, Joel, you know what? Before we go to our next person, sorry, I am being impolite. We need to put our hands together and give an enormous applause to Joel Michalowitz. I almost forgot. It's because I have so many different channels and podcasts and all that stuff going on. But yeah, applause is one of our big things. And then, so Joel, thank you once again, sir. What I'm going to do is take everybody out except, I believe, Greg Cathcart, who is going to be doing something on anomalous detection. Okay, Greg, welcome, sir.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay, and I put
Can
your
you hear me?
slideshow.
Good.
I can. You sound great. Welcome back. So you
Thank you.
have
It's been a
put
while.
together anomalous transit detection, and actually, this is focused mostly on UAP, right? So
That is correct. I included a section on consciousness, though, so you probably haven't seen that before, but we'll take a look at it. And
yeah,
it's a small part of the presentation.
and this
But
is
can
this
you,
have this is really rigorous material. This is heavy duty. I went through the slide deck that you sent over, and I was like, this is amazing. Amazing
yeah,
graphics, attention to detail. You have a lot there. So without
thanks.
further ado, sir,
Tim,
I
before you
will
go, how do I advance slides on this? I haven't used this before. So is it with
if you
arrow
move
keys
your
or what?
now, well, if you move your mouse over it, if you put your
Okay.
mouse over the slide deck,
Okay.
you
Got
should
it.
see a little
There
pop
it
up
is.
there, and it has
Yeah.
a back and forward, and it also has a slide number.
Great.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I will be here if you need me, Greg, and thank you
Okay.
again,
Thanks.
sir.
All right. Thank you. All right, everyone. Hi, my name is Greg Cathcart. It's been a couple of years since I have done a presentation on APEC, and Tim was kind enough to allow me to present, and it was very successful. So it was a lot of fun, and it's gotten a lot of good reviews. Today, I want to do a presentation on detection, perception, and bias. We will look, before we get to detection, we'll look at human perception and bias in analyzing or essentially evaluating a particular scenario. Both are important in how we guard against bias, and at least we recognize it. And of course, perception, I think you'll find this interesting. To do so, and let me skip through here really quick. I've taken my email out, and that email is available on the Figshare site. I think I've got 51 presentations or something close to it up there. So please feel free to go take a look. And some of these, or most of these, are really abstract. And that's by design. The whole idea is to get people thinking. And I've learned in the past, if we can just get people to say, what if, after they have looked at something, it usually leads to good things most of the time. So anyway, let me move to the next slide. And the presentation is presented under Creative Commons 4.0, CC by 4.0. And please cite. it's important that you cite. It is, regardless of whose work that you're reviewing or incorporating into your own. It really is beneficial to cite for all parties involved. Here's my bio: writer, advisor, technologist, company founder, etc. I've been involved primarily with artificial intelligence, and over many years have been extremely interested in artificial general intelligence. That is my wheelhouse, as it were. Foundational physics is an interest, and it is an absolutely fascinating field. At times I wonder if I should have been a physicist. Maybe I could have taken that course, but artificial intelligence has been quite beneficial as well. Currently live in Texas and Colorado, UT, and I am actively involved in educational opportunities worldwide, but essentially I guess the greatest accomplishment, as it were, is Animas High School, where we took nothing and turned it into an award-winning public charter high school. Check it out if you have time. Presentation background: public interest in unidentified aerial phenomena has grown significantly in recent years, to say the least. It's primarily due to efforts by the United States Congress and related entities, but also the general UAP population as well, to assess whether the phenomena pose a substantial risk to national security. Congress formed AARO, and it was at least some movement towards trying to determine what was going on with UAP. But I think a huge benefit has occurred by those individuals that have taken it upon themselves in the public, journalists, scientists, physicists that have become involved with UAP to really drive this. And it'll be exciting, and it's going to be a lot of fun to see what happens. I wanted to highlight some issues regarding detection of anomalous transit and make it accessible. And these are the role of perception and bias in the detection and mitigation of anomalous transit, the means of detection of anomalous transit, including technologies, capabilities, and vulnerabilities, the possible strategies and technologies required to mitigate anomalous transit. And when I say mitigate, those are the words basically from AARO. Mitigation is, I think, a little bit strong, in my opinion. I really would just say not required to mitigate, but required to fully understand the role of consciousness in the detection of anomalous transit. All right, additional topics for future discussion. I've got a fairly broad range of interest, but I'll be glad to talk about these at any time. They're not particularly relevant to alternative propulsion, but they are things that are a lot of fun to talk about. Projected realities versus simulations or a dream state. And you can read down through these yourself. The nature and of objective reality, transit within and between objective realities, and the list goes on. If you have an interest in any of these, please let Tim know. And if you want to ask any questions regarding these subjects during Q&A, that's fine too. I'll be glad to take a look at that and talk those over with you. By the way, last night, about 10:30 or so, the fireworks started. They let up about 2:30 in the morning. And here in Texas, people take 4th of July, I guess, seriously. But I think a bunch of kids were out and just down a couple of blocks down the street. Why the police were not called, I have no idea. But anyway, it did manage to keep me up most of the night. So great fun. All right, let's talk human perception and let's talk some baseball. And hopefully what I'm seeing on the screen is something that you guys can see as well here. There were a couple of conversations that started with my father-in-law, who is a PhD, or was a PhD. He's passed away several years ago now, and a lifetime employee of Sandia Laboratories. We had exactly 2 discussions regarding physics. One was baseball, and we'll cover the other one in just a minute. But he came in a conversation that we had when he came to our house for dinner. He was explaining to me, we were talking baseball, and he said, I've seen a fastball rise. And I said, Charles, you have a PhD in engineering mechanics. You know that fastballs can't rise. What are you talking about? He said, I've seen a fastball rise. And I said, all right, Charles, you know what? I'm going to take a closer look at this, and I'll do a little research and see what I can determine. Anyone else see fastballs rise? And it turns out they do. Professional baseball players see it quite often. And it has to do with human perception. So let's talk about it just for a little bit. There's something called a four-seam fastball. You're looking at a baseball here. And depending on how I grip this, for instance, this would be a grip that's required to throw as you spin it, to throw a curve, what we used to call a curveball. Then there's the two-seam fastball, which I've rotated the ball. So therefore we have seams facing and two seams, which I'm throwing, right? And then I've rotated the ball. So there's a two-seam. Then I rotate the ball, and here's a four-seam. And this is where the batter is going to be facing a ball that is being thrown. It's the fastest ball that can be thrown, four-seam fastball. And as the ball leaves the hand, it begins to counter-rotate, to rotate away from the batter, which causes an unusual effect, which human perception has a problem with. And we'll talk about that in just a second. All right, first of all, the distance between, and this is applicable to the rest of the application, so I'm not just, please bear with me here. 60 feet 6 inches from a mound, the baseball mound, to the home plate. And when a fastball is thrown, the fastest recorded fastball was thrown by Nolan Ryan, and it was 108 miles an hour. Now, that's really fast, in case you're wondering. And it's interesting in that, and let me bring this up a little bit. It's interesting that, first of all, the human being can throw a baseball that fast, but there is a 1 millisecond window when you throw a ball that fast for the pitcher to release the ball. 1 millisecond. 1 millisecond too soon, it's ball high. 1 millisecond too late, it's ball low. But if he hits that window, for instance, in Nolan Ryan's case, he can throw a strike. It takes 5 seconds for the signal to go from his brain to the release of the ball, which essentially means that he has to predict. And this is one of the amazing things about human perception and the mind, in that to a 1 millisecond window, the human mind can predict and say, all right, here's where I need to release this ball. Now, that's the plus side on human cognition, but it gets even more interesting on the batting side of human cognition. A 108 mile an hour fastball travels at about 158.4 feet per second. The distance has to be reduced based on the release point of the ball, because as the pitcher throws the ball, his back foot is on the pitcher's mound. He releases the ball. So it's cutting about 5 feet off, especially when you're talking about someone that's tall as Nolan Ryan. And so it turns out that the batter has about 0.395 seconds, right at 0.4 of a second, to be able to, and you can read the points at the bottom of the slide here, about 0.4 of a second to be able to identify the ball, to identify its trajectory, to decide to swing, to follow through with the swing. And the problem is human perception does not allow him to do that at that speed. So the batter then has to really take an educated guess as to when the ball and where the ball is going to cross the plate in the strike zone. But there's a problem here. As the seams are spinning backwards, as the ball's released, the seams are spinning backwards. And what is happening is the ball is not, because of aerodynamics, it's not rising, it can't rise, but it will drop a tiny bit slower than it would have had it just not been spinning. That's working against the batter. The second thing is the human visual cortex is not designed to track something this small at that speed. And so the batter can't see actually what he's trying to hit. And what he's seeing is what the brain is providing him, what the visual cortex is providing him, filling in the blanks, because he really can't process it that fast. So the ball comes in, and the amazing thing about the batter is he has to ignore his own perceptions when he swings at that ball. His mind is telling him where the ball is, but the problem is it's not. And so his is an educated guess at the professional level, certainly. And he may be right, he may be wrong, he doesn't know. But the point is he's swinging before he's actually able to compute where the ball's going to be. Just one of those amazing facts about human perception. Keep that in mind. We'll get to it a little later. All right, bias. And here is another conversation that I had with my father-in-law. None of this was classified, obviously. So anyway, there was Sandia Laboratories had an open set of hearings, or not hearings, but an open presentation to the public, where they brought in individuals that were language experts, they were artists, they were designers, they were scientists. And what they were trying to determine is how to send a message for 10,000 years. How would you do it? How would you create a message that could be openly seen and last for 10,000 years, knowing that language is going to change to the extent that it would not be recognizable? I have a problem with Chaucer, let alone 10,000 years worth of human development and language development. And so the idea is they got together and they said, all right, we need to build something out of earth and stone. And at the same time, we need to not have essentially any visible writing. And we will plant this thing somewhere, and underneath it, we'll do the nuclear waste disposal, because we don't want someone showing up to dig and to pull up radioactive material. So they came up with all these incredible designs. And I was listening to him talk about how they might do this. And it turned out that, as I was thinking, there is a place like this already. And yeah, we did this. So what I did was I went and I said, all right, let's take a look at the most famous. And again, this is basically we're looking on the AI side. Where's the famous structure? We've all heard of it. It's the Giza complex in outside of Cairo, Egypt. And we said, all right, how could that reflect a message? And this gets really interesting. We decided to take a look. I'm going to fast forward through or go to a second slide. Take a look really quick. This has to do with bias. And we looked at this section, and you can see it on a previous view right here, where we had, if you look at the top image, the right-hand side, see the green box that's transparent. We decided to leave the Great Pyramid alone. Why? Why would we do that? We're not going to do that. So we looked at another area of the Giza complex, which is a causeway associated with the Sphinx and some temples and this type of thing. And what we did was we pulled the top off. It looked like this middle image right here. And what we said is, what in the world, if that were a message, what could that represent? And so I developed a methodology that involved, it's called simple and process primitive scenario generation. And what we did was we took a meta approach to what we were viewing. And we said, all right, let's look at the bits and pieces of this. And we looked at each individual object that was uncovered when we removed the roof, so to speak. And we said, what could this possibly be? And so the idea is we identified the objects. We then turned around and looked at combinations of how these objects were associated. You can see it here on the left-hand side. There are areas of interest within this complex. And we said, all right, what could this possibly be? So we looked at the relationship of these items. And again, this is a very early 1998 version of very simple neural networks, right? And so we were using some back propagating stuff, and we were saying, all right, can we look at the relationship of these items together? And then we would put these before an expert, and the expert would say, this is what I think. This is what this looks like. And incredible things came out. It was very interesting. But the lesson learned here, I've listed some of these right here. And that would be, let me go back to this other slide. What we found was that experts were varied in their opinion, and it could be anything. It's kind of like trying to analyze an ink blot, because it could be anything, right? There's nothing that is really defining what it is. But it was a very interesting approach on a meta level to be able to look at symbols, to be able to look at those symbols combined together to make a process, and then that process being reviewed by an expert, and then the ensemble voting among experts being able to say, all right, this is what we think this might be. So you can see the bottom, there was light, there was electromagnetism, there was harmonics, there were, you can just review these for yourself, but it seemed extremely interesting. However, we also, and this was the biggest learning part of this, not that have we identified some process? No, that wasn't the idea. The idea was, is there what have we brought to this analysis that would be help in further learning of how to implement systems like this? And what we found was a boatload of bias. Why did we find bias? Well, we were looking at this, and various experts were looking at this from the standpoint of their own backgrounds. It was interesting hearing Joel talk about Heim saying that you can't bring complete subjectivity to an analysis, and you can't. And we learned this. It was an interesting experiment. It was a lot of fun, but we did determine that it's impossible to keep bias out of any type of analysis. For instance, in the development of a system like this, data, there was bias in data, there was bias in design, there was bias in coding mechanisms, there was bias in testing, bias across the board in the way that this system was developed and designed. Whether or not there was any truth in what it put out, the fact was that we knew it was subject to error. And however, that being said, we also learned that, and if you can see this, ideas generated basically from this analysis in subsequent years, it's okay to take a look at the ink blot sometimes and bring your subjectivity to it and see what comes out. And it was a very beneficial exercise. And again, you can take a look at these items and let me know what you think at your own time. The second system that I want to highlight doing bias was actually a graduate assignment in which I was asked to develop a diagnostic system for healthcare. And it was a particular diagnosis. We won't talk a lot about it, what that was. And we learned something extraordinary. I mean, in my own opinion, because I really knew nothing about medicine. But when a physician sits down to take a look or with a patient to diagnose, initially, if it's not obvious what's happening and there has to be some investigation, they use a combination of negative and positive predictors. I've talked to a physician recently that said many of the physicians that are graduating now are heavily reliant in their practices upon a positive prediction, which basically is statistical prediction saying that it's likely to be this, but they're not paying enough attention to identifying what it's not. And so I took a look at it back then and was quickly able to determine that both of those approaches were necessary. And I created what was referred to by my professor as the perfect negative predictor. Now, if you've done any research, you understand how funny this is, because I could not tell you if you had this certain condition, but I could sure tell you if you didn't have it. And I'm not sure how useful that was. Obviously, it was heavily weighted on the negative side, but it was a learning experience. So bias is with you always. So let's get into the detection part. All right, move forward here really quick. All right, detection of anomalous transit. I'm gonna have to get a little closer to the screen here, so bear with me. Any object that distorts, reflects, emits electromagnetic waves, any object that distorts, reflects, or emits acoustic waves or vibration, any object that creates an observable heat signature, any object that affects the external environment in an observable way. What can be detected? How can it be detected? Eyesight, electromagnetic wave signatures, acoustic wave and vibration emission and detection, spectral imaging, environmental effects, and other. Where can it be detected? Air, land, water, and we're specifically talking about UAP here, right? Transmedium phenomenon and other. And where can it be detected? At entry points, exit points, and transit points. So let's move forward. Detection of anomalous transit, methods of, and how this fits into or how it's affected by methods of intelligence collection. There is open source, there is human intelligence, cyber, communications intelligence, spectral imagery, visible imagery, synthetic aperture radar, radar intelligence, acoustic and seismic, telemetry, foreign instrumentation signals, radar signals, and other electronic signals, materials, biological and medical, biometrics, and material acquisition. Now, in the best of worlds, all of these should be applied to the detection of anomalous transit relative to UAP. Today, we're just going to look at a couple of these: spectral imaging, visible imagery, synthetic aperture radar, and the active interrogation or radar, active interrogation by radar for intelligence gathering. All right, operating modes. Radar breaks down into search radars, tracking radars, object identification radars, imaging radars, multifunction radars, and microwave vibrometry. Vibrometry is an incredibly interesting subject in that you may hide yourself, and think about some recent events internationally. You may be able to hide things, but sometimes it's a little more difficult to hide the vibrations that they create. And we have technology that allows us to, based on vibrations, and these things may be underground, they could be in areas where they just can't be seen, but their vibrations can be detected, and they can be detected from a long distance. So including the identification of specific machines that are creating vibrations. So there's something called a vibration signature, which allows us to catalog various pieces of equipment or various processes that we can then catalog and have those signatures available, so that when we interrogate a target for vibration signature, we're able to identify the parts and perhaps the processes that are operating within that target. Types of radar: over the horizon, VHF, UHF, L-band, S-band, C-band, X-band, laser radar, and synthetic aperture radar. We'll move on. Operating modes. Search radars transmits radar imagery through a volume of space. We all are familiar pretty much with how this works. You've seen the rotating things that go 360 degrees, and you see the surrounding area. Early radars were like this. Tracking radars, which keep a beam on target throughout the radar volume coverage. They're used to identify where the target is and where it's going. Object identification radar is used to obtain a unique signature from the target, used to determine mission purpose of the target and discriminate among targets. Examples include space object identification radars. And yeah, there's such a thing. And so these radars are located across the country, and they basically point up in the air, and they're able to identify any object that is in orbit above the Earth. They're able to identify when new objects enter. They're able to identify when objects change course. And as you can imagine, perhaps, they're able to identify other objects as they enter that space. Imaging radar is used to create a picture of the target. It may be used to create high-resolution images of the Earth's surface or an object, and that would include synthetic aperture radar. Multifunction radars, which combine the above. Examples would include search and tracking radars on military aircraft. Microwave vibrometry, we talked about that briefly. So there are many types of radars that can be used for identifying objects. Let's move on. You can take a look at this at your leisure, but one thing I wanted to discuss were the combinations of radar technology. And what is happening now is, as an object is identified, let's say it's a new object or it's one that's known, right? Its initial detection is done by long-range radar. Then a different type of radar is going to take over range and velocity measurement. A different type of radar is going to take over high precision tracking. A different type of radar will do target identification and imaging, and other types of radar are available for determining stealth. So these are wrapped together in a network. They're integrated, and then they are centrally controlled. And the new thing now is an AI augmentation of that control, AI analysis and control, which basically takes the data that is associated with this network of radars, and it turns around and analyzes it and provides information directly to those monitoring these systems. So you can imagine the effectiveness of this integration. There's a reduction in errors, higher reliability. It's integrated for air defense, prioritization based on scenario, which is very interesting when you think about it. We talked about scenario generation earlier, but if you have scenarios that are predefined and the AI is able to determine that that the scenario is actually occurring, then at that point it is able to make decisions on its own. We'll talk about this in just a moment, but it's important. Frequency diversity, there's a increased ability to deal with an object based on using several different types of radar. So this is important. Autonomous AI, we talked about that just a moment. But again, prediction of target behavior is another thing. You have a scenario, then we predict target behavior, and also the filtering of clutter is another thing that AI can do very well. So it really does make for a formidable means of dealing with those signatures that have been identified previously, as well as those that are unknown. FLIR technology, forward-looking infrared. It's a type of thermal imaging that creates an infrared image of a scene without reading or moving sensors to scan the area. It uses a thermographic camera to detect infrared radiation emitted by objects and convert that into a visible image. We've all seen Tic Tac videos. We've seen, and we'll talk about a couple of these in just a minute. It's helpful in conditions where visibility is impaired or limited. It's passive and does not create an EM signature, but for targeting, it must be matched with an IR illuminator or a laser designator to target and track. Now, this is really important because when I first, and we'll talk about this in a minute, when I first saw some of the films of the response of the Tic Tacs when they were exposed to FLIR, it didn't make sense to me at first. And then I realized that, wait a minute, there is an EM signature that they are picking up, whoever they are, whatever they are, and they're responding to it. And that would be IR illuminators or laser designators. Military usage, FLIR, surveillance and reconnaissance, targeting and tracking, pilot vision enhancement, search and rescue, and there's many others. All right. The gist of, or the most important part, I think, of this presentation is the idea of autonomous, tunable resident meta surfaces. That's a mouthful. So I created an acronym, just what the world needs is another one, ATRMS. And so short for autonomous, tunable resident meta surfaces. What are they? A tunable resident meta surface is a thin two-dimensional array of sub-wavelength structures whose electromagnetic properties can be adjusted dynamically. Tunability can be achieved by changing material properties or structures, allowing control over resonance and frequency, phase, and amplitude. What does that mean? It means that a resonant metasurface is able to, if it's exposed to an EM signature, if it's exposed to any electromagnetic wave, it's able to analyze that wave and then turn around and react accordingly. And you'll see how this plays out in UAP in just a moment. Active materials, active materials which can be manipulated electrically through magnetism, heat, pressure, or light. With the exception of light, this is what we typically would call multifluoric manipulation. But we add light, it results in a shift of resonance frequency. Potential for real-time structural reconfiguration, material properties, phase change, or mechanical. So again, real-time reconfiguration by the material itself, and a potential for external control or autonomous response. Potential uses: dynamic metasurface for radar manipulation, sensing and imaging, and other. So what we have in the diagram here is a surface at T1, time 1, a metasurface, and at T2, that metasurface now based on input has changed, and it's done so automatically. So to give an idea, EM interaction with tunable resonant metasurfaces, here the diagram is showing surface at T1. It's being irradiated by an electromagnetic wave coming in. In real time, it's analyzed. The surface T2, which is time 2, radiates back if it desires, or it can be used for cloaking, absorption, redirection, scattering, spoofing, or other. And this basically makes an object, if it is coated with this type of material, pretty much invincible to electromagnetic interrogation. And I'm not invincible, but more or less uninterrogatable. Let's put it that way. All right, case study: the Apache Longbow incident. On November 6, 2018, a U.S. Army AH-64 helicopter encountered 3 unidentified aerial phenomena during a training flight in Arizona. There is videos released publicly. I've included a link here. The video shows 3 unknown objects flying in a loose triangular formation. The 3 objects suddenly begin moving erratically around each other while maintaining a steady eastward trajectory. An analysis by former U.S. Air Force personnel concluded that it was anomalous. The objects were calculated to be moving at approximately 1.28 Mach, and their movement during flight were determined to be impossible for any kind of drone or other aircraft in the current or known inventory of the United States military. You can find the video released by the DoD here. Here are the links. All right. These are some single screen captures of what occurred as the pilot was coming down the runway, or essentially in a helicopter, he's getting ready to take off. He doesn't have to, he can obviously, but he is at the end of the runway. As he's coming out, he sees these 3 objects in the sky. They're bright. They are 3, and I will show you pictures of these in just a moment. Here's the initial screen. They are 3, and you can see them here. If you look inside the red box, there are 1, 2, 3. And he's seen this, and initially he identifies them by sight, as it were, saying that, you know, what do you see those 3 really fast-moving planes up there? And you can hear another voice say, the A-10s or something. F-16s, whatever. There doesn't seem to be a lot of concern, but the pilot's really cued in on it. And what happens in the next slide is that you see, and let me run back one real quick so you can understand. This is targeting. So what's happening is the pilot is looking, and as he is looking, he's creating an electromagnetic wave. So here we have it. The next slide over shows the reaction that occurs between the 3, and I'll show you a little better image here in just a second of what's happening once these are illuminated. Next, you see 2 objects. Next, you see in these 3, we see the original 3 objects. After they are illuminated, again, here's the pilot's side, we see the objects bunched together immediately. Then we see them 2 here, 1 here. They begin moving, and as they're doing it, so we've got trajectory, we've got response. What is happening is that, and let me move well, I've got a slide to show you in just a second. What is happening is they begin rotating, they begin melding, they begin taking actions that are seemingly impossible. So essentially I've come up with two possibilities here. One is based on a case for interdimensional transit. That's more along the lines of things that might be interesting from that perspective. There's another where we talk about, or I talk about, tunable resonant metasurfaces. The analysis that I did involved Fibonacci. Yeah, I did that. That was interesting. Potential EM response behavior, which we'll talk about. Radar interference. We were looking to see, okay, is there an issue where radars actually interfered and caused some kind of optical bizarre thing? Optical phenomena, internal shape patterns, and higher dimensional perspective. And we'll talk about these. Let's go through them. All right. If we assume that the anomalies behavior, there's no alternative explanation for their behavior, that it truly was anomalous, radar and optical phenomenon have been ruled out. We assume that we're witnessing a projection or reflection of a higher dimensional reality. And this is backed by what physicists believe should be seen if our reality were to be penetrated by wormhole, as it were. Images support the perspective of higher dimensionality as viewed in a lower dimensional environment, lower dimensional perspective. The projections may reveal independent objects or pieces of a greater whole. Projections may be intentional or not on the part of the objects. Projections are most likely an artifact of anomalous transit. Now, again, we're assuming it's not anything that can be explained terrestrially, as it were. Projections may provide essential clues as to the origin of anomalous transit. There's a possibility of EM interference affecting the objects during transit. Remember that. Possibility that the astute reader will recognize unique possibility related to the images captured in the longbow incident. It may be possible to stitch together internal patterns reflected by the objects in the 200 plus slow motion frame video. These are available, and it served as the basis of much of the analysis here, but it proved to be very, very interesting. I anticipate that the patterns will be fluid and they'll morph over time, and the patterns will morph between 3-dimensional and 4-dimensional representations. Why? Because if a wormhole has penetrated our own reality, or our own part of our 3-dimensional space, this would be expected. Essentially the amorphous or blob configuration that we're looking at here, this circle furthest to the left here, would represent a 3-dimensional perspective of a 4-dimensional object. But the geometries that become very interesting here, a rectangle or square, here a triangle, these would represent the structure of the wormhole opening on the other side. Now, this is predicted by physicists. That's exactly what was seen. And so it's very interesting that that this might actually be. It's the best case I've ever seen for seeing a wormhole that it has penetrated our own environment. Let's move on. I'll let you read all the bullet points at your own discretion. Higher dimensional transit can occur one of two ways, basically through a manifold. This is a very simple representation of a manifold. This is a cross-section of the manifold. It can occur through the manifold or through or along the manifold. And so that's the basis of that. How to make a wormhole. And Jennifer Nielsen made a presentation a couple of weeks ago, where she talked about constructing the possibility of constructing a wormhole. Physicists agree that there are 3 ways: the Einstein-Rosen bridge, Morris-Thorne bridge, or an exotic energy bridge. These are interesting in their possibilities. General relativity allows all 3. It comes out in the mathematics. However, For instance, the Einstein-Rosen bridge is incredibly energetic and highly unstable. The entrance of any outside interference would cause it to collapse. It's also inside the event horizon of a black hole, which is you first, not me. But it does create some challenges. Thorne and Morris came up and said, all right, we could do this, but we don't need to be within the horizon of the wormhole. There's no singularity problem here. The entrance is outside the event horizon. It's stable with minimal effect on individuals or matter passing through it, but it does require exotic matter, exotic mass, which violates the laws of momentum and energy conservation. And that's just the beginning. Very unlikely that a Morse-Thorne bridge is going to be achievable. But the exotic energy bridge is a little different. If negative matter or negative energy could be made at scale, then it's possible that this could be done. It's the scale that matters. There's the Casimir effect, which we have seen the creation of negative energy. The issue being there is being able to scale it up. Negative energy is a reality, but it isn't easy to scale, requires a solution for quantum gravity to implement the bridge. So when you get that solution to quantum gravity, let me know, and we'll see if we can move forward. No small task. All right, what would higher dimensional wormholes look like from our viewpoint? They speculate an extremely bright light at the exit part of the wormhole, possibility of observing geometric shapes morphing in and out of blob-like structures visible through the wormhole throat. Geometric shapes would represent the wormhole's entrance structure on the other end, possibly, or the possibility of observing multiple wormholes simultaneously for the purposes of stability. Now, what's interesting is in this case, all of those conditions were met, every single one of them. Now, when they were targeted, when they received EM signature, what happened? Well, typically for a target that's receiving the non-UAP, countermeasures would include erratic maneuvering, manipulation of return signals. We can do that with radar right now, including jamming or spoofing, or just getting the H out of D, it's escape. And so you see that in these pictures. These are a little better. Here's the three left side, the three objects that are in the process of being targeted, right? They begin to move erratically. Here they are again, these three that have, and remember, if you look up to the right-hand side here, the targets are moving counterclockwise, clockwise, in just circling, melding, separating. At times, one will disappear, two will be visible, one visible, two disappear, all three visible, all three melded. It's just an incredibly interesting thing to watch. So reconfiguration and response. Remember, we talked about tunable metasurfaces. Cloaking, they disappear. Absorption, redirection, scattering, spoofing, or other. And I think several of these occurred during this event. All right, case study, the USS Jackson video, case for tunable resonant metasurface. In 2023, tic-tac shaped USPs, 4, I believe, were encountered off the coast of California by the USS Jackson. That's a picture of it in the lower right. Multiple craft were detected by radar and targeted by FLIR. And remember, we said earlier that to target with FLIR, you're going to have to create an electromagnetic signature. The craft exhibited coordinated behavior and appeared to avoid being targeted and tracked by FLIR. So what happened? This is a recreation. These are images essentially that I've recreated based on the video itself. You can find the video. It was released by Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp on weaponizedpodcast.com, I think is what it was. But anyway, it is real. But what gets interesting here is look what happens. This is a thermal image, but it's being targeted with EM, right? So it's essentially the white dot represents targeting, and the black dot represents the tic-tac, what's being imaged or what's being targeted. So you see, at first we have basically a hit on target. So what happens? The tic-tac immediately moves lower to the right. The targeting comes down, tries to acquire again, tic-tac off to the right. Tries to acquire again, tic-tac off to the right. Targeting shifts to the right, tic-tac off to the left. Targeting follows the tic-tac back to the left. These lower two show greater distance between the targeting and the tic-tac itself. So what you're seeing here is motion in almost every direction as the tic-tac avoids the targeting once it has identified the fact that it is being hit by an electromagnetic wave signature. Sounds like a tunable resonant metasurface to me. Here's a diagram that just shows what this might look like. I have no idea. I've never seen a tic-tac up close. I don't know but anyway, obviously it looks like a tic-tac, right? So if it's designed, if it's covered with a tunable resonant metasurface, then again, it's going to be able to analyze immediately and then determine a response based on the electromagnetic signature, which it is, or wave that it is illuminated with. So again, a tunable resonant metasurface, it's an array of subwavelength structures, which basically are used to analyze what they are being irradiated with, and then to change themselves dynamically in real time. So I think, in my opinion, I think this is probably what we're seeing when it comes to the tic-tacs and their reported ability to cloak, their reported ability to evade detection. It still doesn't explain the 5 observables, right, which are important as far as the ability to be transmedium, the ability to seem to travel at superluminal velocities, and we can discuss there. Actually, you can see the 5 observables that are listed in this presentation. Both incidences, this is the conclusions. Essentially, both incidences show a strong correlation with the presence of autonomous, tunable, resonant metasurfaces. The technology could be a product of human intelligence or non-human intelligence. The technology is well within the capabilities of a few major nation states, including the United States. Things to carefully consider: perception, back to perception. Remember the baseball. Are we seeing what we think we're seeing? And bias, when we look at these scenarios, is it us? Is it an adversary? Is it human intelligence? Is it non-human intelligence? Or is it real at all? And so these are questions that we need to ask ourselves as we look at these case studies. Last thing, sometimes the things that are not said are as important as the things that are. Pay attention to dialogue associated with any video that you see of UAP, and you'd be surprised what you may learn. Let's move on. All right, consciousness and phenomena, the detection of UAP. It's a really interesting area, and it is one that seems to be gaining prominence within the UAP community. I don't quite know what to think about it at times, but let's talk about it for a second. The role of consciousness in the universe. Hey, here's a big question. So I have an opinion, but I believe that basically consciousness arises naturally. It emerges from the integration of future predictive and past corrective utility with the present. And I've identified this in a presentation called the discrete compressed time conjecture. You can take a look at that on Figshare. The geometry of neuronal firing patterns within the human brain reflects how we integrate the future, present, and past in real time. That each, and this again, I'm proposing that each dimensional geometry identified within the discrete compressed time conjecture will have an exact geometric counterpart reflected in neuronal firing. The neuronal firing geometries will be limited to a maximum of 7 dimensions and interpreted in a 10-dimensional representation. Basically, we're generalizing the past, present, and future, which is an extraordinary accomplishment of the mind, in my opinion. If you've ever tried to think of the future, the present, and the past at the same time, it's a very interesting, complex procedure. But the fact is that we generalize this, and we typically break things into a representation of present and future and a representation of present from past. That consciousness will appear as a fundamental element of the universe due to future predictive and past corrective utility in the universe itself, without the universe being necessarily sentient. People say, oh, the universe is conscious. I don't know. But I would say that it's very possible that if the universe has certain elements, a certain backbone that takes into account future predictive utility, past corrective utility, and present, that the generalization of these within the human mind would interface with the universe at large. So maybe that's where we are tied together. That consciousness may be projected through compression, through a compression mechanism. I talked about this in the DCTC, and that consciousness may be projected across realities. Now, in the DCTC, I talk about the possibility of multiple realities, really all being tied together and being nested. In other words, they are part of the same structure. There are just multiple dimensions of reality. The origin of consciousness, again, I get into, in this slide, I get into some of the geometries. We're about to run out of time, but let me move through quickly because there's a couple things I want to say. Here is an example of the structure of the universe under DCT, and then we have future predictive, present, past corrective. These are 3-dimensional representations. There's 1 dimension of time. The idea, the assumption being that that 1 dimension of time is discrete and that it is manipulable through a compression or dilation mechanism. And I talk about the possibility of that being done physically and generalized as well. And essentially, here's the universe. Here's how we perceive it. Here's how we generalize it. And then I want to talk about just briefly a paper by Riemann et al. Clicks of neurons. And essentially, this is, I think, and here's the reference to the right, citing it on the right-hand side, lower right. This is my diagram of an internal structure of neocortical microcircuitry. And basically what this paper showed is that the brain fires when we think anything that is thought within the human mind, that it's done so in a microcircuitry basically of neurons. They detected clicks, and basically what they said, all right, what do we have? We have 729 directed configurations of clicks, right? Each point would represent a neuron. Directed clicks, there are 64 configurations. Cyclical clicks, 40 and 24 configurations, each of these serving a different purpose. And then a particular interest was the simplex dimensions of 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 in human thought. And it is these geometries that I believe we are using to generalize consciousness and being able to generalize our relationship with the universe as a whole. That's just, obviously, this is highly speculative, but it is something that it makes for entertaining thought anyway. Projection of consciousness, is it possible to project ourselves into other realities altogether? This basically would provide a logic or a means to do so, or to explain it anyway. I'm not quite sure how to do that, but there have been those that say that they can. All right, dog whistles and active guidance of UAP. Now this seems to be gaining huge attention. What are we detecting? Verifiable physical objects, projections from another dimension, projections from our own consciousness or other. And how do we detect it? Optical imaging, spectral imaging, other. I've seen certainly spectral and optical. And what do these phenomena include? And this is really important. There's the dog whistle that brings in UAP directed guidance, but there's also teleportation, remote viewing, influence at a distance, and other. And quickly before I close, is it real? The DIA thinks so. Is it something that you want to tamper with? Is it something that you want to approach naively? And the warnings from the DIA in a previous paper were don't. You may have more than you expect, you may encounter more than you expect, and may get more than you bargained for. So just be very careful if you're involved in this. I'm not sure what to make of it myself, but it is food for thought. All right, I have 2 slides, mitigation preparation. You can read these at your leisure. And Tim, that's what I got. So hopefully that was useful.
Yeah, Greg, that is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Again, you did a serious drill down on this, which no one has touched that in so long. So thank you very, very, very much.
Thanks.
I mean, absolutely amazing. So we're at the top of the hour, so I'm trying to make up time here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring everybody in. So I do want to point out that your info is on the page. Your email is not listed. I don't know if you want to verbally read that or.
It is. Yeah, I can give it to you verbally, and then go, and you can also see it at Figshare. The email is Cathcart. That's CATHCART. .rg for Robert Gregory at gmail.com. So that's my personal email.
All right. Cathcart.rg at gmail.com.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very, very
Thanks,
much.
Tim.
So let me take down the slide deck really quick. And people did have, they have your references there. And I hope that they dig in and learn more because, again, you've gone through the whole thing. So without any further ado, because we are at the top of the hour, let's put our hands together and give Mr. Greg Cathcart a giant applause. And Greg, welcome back. Don't be a stranger, man.
I won't. It's been fun. It's great. And thanks for taking today to be here. All of the presenters, the audience, everyone. It says a lot for you guys to be here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, and thank you for presenting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is take everybody back out real quick. And Mr. Gene Sticco. So Gene, thank you as well. You have an amazing presentation. I'm not even sure how to get into this. A mutual friend of ours sent you my way or sent me your way and said, you've got to learn about what Gene is doing. He's got this amazing book that he more or less kind of inherited. And he sent me the Russian version first, and I was terrified. I mean, this is like hundreds of pages of engineering schematics in Russian. And then I guess you have English versions as well, but it's also somewhat terrifying. So on that note, I will prepare everyone.
I just want to check you can hear me okay?
Oh yeah. Yeah. You sound great. Yeah, you have, so this, I should preface this slide deck that you have is a tiny sliver of what is in this book. So
yeah, it's tough to cover throughout the whole thing and leave some time for questions and discussion. So I appreciate the opportunity here, Tim. And I have to start, it struck me actually during Joel's presentation to apply Heim's theory and acknowledge my own limits of knowledge. Because I am not a scientist, I'm not an engineer. I am a custodian now of my late father-in-law's work. So it's truly a privilege for me to introduce him. And really what I look at this as is an invitation to everybody in the back room, everybody that's watching that has an interest to not only discover his extraordinary work, but to also perhaps get involved in helping all of us understand it a little more. For today, I'm going to really break this up into backstory, which I think is important for the context of the entire body of work. I'll go into some examples of what we found and the questions that began this entire journey. And then I want to dive a little bit into the man and his mind and sort of the legacy that I think, is potentially can come of all of this. And it really is what I say, is a true beginnings of a Cold War mystery. So to take you back, and I think something everybody can relate to is this idea of the first time you met your partner's parents and having to tell them about yourself and your background and how you met. And ours culminated from a whole lot of crazy circumstances. As you see in that first slide, my experience in the Baltics, where ultimately Valeris was from it at one point, particularly Latvia. My career and exposure actually began in 2000 in Lithuania. I had left the U.S. Air Force. I medically retired as a staff sergeant in 1999. I spent a year in the oil and gas industry doing corporate security, international corporate security work for a drilling company. And about a year after that was the first time I was contacted by a CIA contracting company that was run by a former case officer or chief of station, actually, I should say, out of from Mexico. He had his own company and was doing contracting work. And at that time, again, 2000, we're about 9 years after the fall of the Soviet Union. Lithuania was privatizing its oil and gas industry. The Lithuanian head of that industry, after the consortium was sold off to an American company, he, his son, and their driver were kidnapped, subsequently found beheaded in a shallow grave about a year later. But once that happened, then my job and task became to protect the Americans that were over there, to help secure the consortium and all the facilities, to sort of root out the influence of Russian organized crime throughout the system, corruption within the company, and all the while managing some of the more, let's say, geopolitical risks of Russia's and President Putin at that time, new President Putin, his interests in maintaining economic control, if not physical control, over the former Soviet Union countries. And so that I lived there for a few years, and following that was back and forth throughout my career, which spanned many companies and the rest of it. And fast forwarding to 2017, when I was there on some business and I was beginning to semi-retire and divest out of some consulting gigs, is when I met Natalia, who would become my wife. And Natalia, I met she was finishing her master's in IT engineering. I thought I would be impressive and invite her out to karaoke. And subsequently, I found out she was a professional opera singer and had been with the Latvian National Opera for 7 years at that point. And my friends had questioned, they said, are you sure she's legit? She's not a Russian spy or a sparrow, as they'd call them. And to that end, I wound up actually buying her a t-shirt. It got asked so much that said, trust me, yes, I'm a Russian spy. But in a year or so, she obviously couldn't resist the charm. We were married, and by the end of 2018, immigrating to America, setting our lives up in Boston, just outside the Boston area, about 5 miles as the crow flies. And it was about November 2019 when we were moving, getting settled, and Nat was talking to her father, Valeris Chenohayev, who was living in Kazakhstan, and Kazakhstan is where he was originally born, again, during the period of the Soviet Union. And she mentioned to him that our son had taken an interest in all things aerospace, airplanes, the STEM, and the rest of it. And he was just about 10 years old. And we were looking to get him involved in the Civil Air Patrol program. And Valeris very casually said, I'm going to send you some documents. I'm going to send you some things that I worked on in my career that maybe he'll find interesting when he gets over. And the holidays were coming. The life goes on as it does for all of us. package received in the mail, DHL from Kazakhstan, and it sat on the kitchen table and collected mail and immigration paperwork and all the rest of it. And right before the holidays, or I should say right before Christmas particularly, Nat got word that he had taken ill. Within days, his organs were failing. And right at Christmas or New Year's, right on New Year's Eve, she got word he had passed away and was already buried by the time she had even gotten to it. So all I knew about the man, probably like many of you about your in-laws to a degree or parents, is what you get from your partner, from your from the family, from the stories. What did I know about him? He was a once brilliant aerospace engineer. He was a diehard communist. I spoke with him 2-3 times over video. And we joked, particularly with my contrasting background to all things communist and Soviet Union. But he certainly longed for the return of it. But he was a troubled guy. He struggled with alcohol, and that is probably what killed him. He would have to be sort of tricked into wearing new clothes. If you bought anything, if anything new was bought for him, he'd refuse to wear it. So it'd have to be sort of dragged along the street for a little while, and then told that it was bought at a secondhand store. And he cared for his own elderly mother. So he was a complex character, to say the least. And then something interesting happened weeks later. And again, we can reflect on what Greg was just talking about when it comes to consciousness or pure psychology. Nat had a dream about him, and when she woke up, she told me that in the dream he came to her, and he was young, well-dressed, looking good. And in the dream, he handed her a stack of papers, and he said, "I can't help you with singing, but here." And so when I said to her, "Well, where's everything that he sent?" So she collected it, and we sat down together on the couch, and this is the beginning of what we began to see. And Nat was fluent, always bilingual her entire life. And even as looking through these papers, it was obviously heavily scientific. It was complicated, complex. She didn't even have the language really to effectively translate it. If you can, I'm sure many of you can imagine, being in the sciences, trying to make a literal translation of theories and ideas is just very difficult. And so we were just grasping at straws, essentially, in trying to walk through and understand what we were looking at. And some of these papers that I'm bringing up here talk about things like the physical characteristics of artificial plasma or ball lightning. And this became an issue as we were going through the translations. Again, the literal translation versus a translation within the entire context. We landed on artificial plasma because it seemed to fit within the larger context of the body of work. But there are those who are Russian speakers who say, no, it's talking about ball lightning. So again, I don't have a scientific background to differentiate in a broader sense what that may be. But, a good example, carrying on from that same discussion of plasma versus ball lightning, somebody who has looked at these, who's become a friend since these have come out and have started diving into them, was asking about certain notations and saying, well, he has this number 3 here, and I don't understand. I said, well, it might not necessarily be a number 3 because it's written in Cyrillic. And we literally spent 1 hour talking about 10 characters and trying to decipher if those 10 characters were numbers as we would see them, or were potentially continuing on with the Cyrillic. And then these popped up. And that's what really grabbed the attention. And as you can imagine, I'm sitting over my wife's shoulder and I'm, well, what is it saying? What is it saying? It's a UFO. I said, well, does it say UFO? And she said, yes, it says UFO. It uses a term, the saucer, a sort of slang, let's say that's in the lexicon for saucer. These images in particular discuss the horizontal and vertical movement, the control systems, and the specifications of the manufacturing of the craft. They discuss what materials it is made of, and all the rest. We'll run through a few more of these. This one here I posted with the translation. You can read along. The illustration of the physical characteristics of the propulsion system. It goes into depth on the solenoids and how it achieves gravity, anti-gravity in many of that. And, I think the important things is we were looking at these and dissecting them. This did not seem like a casual interest. It was not kitchen table hobby. I sort of ran through this forensic psychology analysis. Is it something that he would perhaps sit around and instead of doing Sudoku, do theoretical physics of UFO? And the more we dove into them and subsequently since publishing, and the more eyes we've had on them, they are painstakingly detailed. They are structured in such a way. The handwriting, we know, Natalia has verified, not only is it consistent through the body of work, she recognizes it certainly as her father's. We had to put them into time frame. Looking at the typewriting put us into the 80s and early 90s, particularly in the former Soviet Union, and considering things about the advent and implementation of broader computerized systems and things like that. Some of the documents had obvious signs of aging, the yellowing of paper, probably, as I like to imagine, from the smoke-filled room as they were sitting in there looking at everything. And there were a lot of mentions not only of the past, but of the future. And this, again, is why I found Greg's presentation just now fascinating when he talked about consciousness, because a lot of that is echoed later in the papers when he begins talking about how the craft operates and the interface with consciousness. And he takes the reader on a journey, or he is explaining how this interface with consciousness will develop in humankind and how it has developed. And what really caught our attention was he began talking about 2024 and things like the fall of the USA, which certainly raised eyebrows and gave us a date and a motivation to work for. But the more we dug into it, we realized it wasn't about the fall in the sense of a collapse of an empire. It was really about a gateway and a significant change in resonance and consciousness that would, as he specified in there, affect 50% of society, would move through this gate easily, and the rest would come along in the subsequent years beyond 2024. But that, again, gave us this sense of urgency and time frame to really understand what it was, even not so much if there was some catastrophic disclosure in there, to save the world, but really on this idea of, well, if nothing else, we know he hasn't touched these papers since 2019, and 2024, it was right around the corner. We were about halfway through 2020 at that point. So it gave us a little bit of an opportunity to say, well, how legit is this stuff? And that's what we've spent the 4 years doing, going through these documents like this one here that's up now, that again goes deeper into propulsion. that goes into thermonuclear fusion and touches on how the craft is powered, how it operates, how it fuels itself, so to speak. And those next 4 years were made all the harder because we had no help. We had this really a mystery on our hands. We are right here, as I said, outside the Boston area. I reached out to every university that had an astrophysicist department willing to buy breakfast or a cup of coffee, to a Russian-speaking physicist who could just take a look at these things and just tell us, is it, as I say, is it the ramblings of a madman? Is it something valid to the academic discourse? Is it just a nice family heirloom that everything in it has been disproven and might have been relevant back in the 80s or so for whatever reason? And it was a matter of, it's the more silence there was, the more quote unquote rejection there was, the more I questioned, well, why isn't, and we were sending screenshots and of the scans and the rest of it. I reached out to everybody who was popular in the ufology circles. As I said, not only am I not a scientist, not only am I not a physicist, I'm not particularly a huge UFO/alien fan. The limit of my experience was binge watching Ancient Aliens, over a weekend, if anything. And we had two major developments. First of all, was a friend of ours who was actually did a little bit of work with the European Space Agency, researcher, academic named Robert E. Snyder. He's over in Switzerland. And our friend Mario Fiallo, who's credited as a co-contributor, co-author on the translation of the body and work, who was a enterprise systems architect who toyed around a lot with AI, and he had actually built his own AI system, his own AI assistant, I should say. And so he expanded it to include helping assist us with the translations, to at least speed the process. And so essentially the process began. We ran the AI assisted translation. Nat would check it for grammar, linguistics. We would do things like focus on the words, because the words became very important. I think the choice of words. None of this was presented as theory. It was presented as observations. Now, caveat, it never said, oh, I was looking at this UFO and this. It said, but it specified, in a way that made that from the reading, you would conclude it was an observation. It's very factual, detailed, including some precise measurements and all the rest of it. And ultimately, I started drafting this body of work to present it publicly, to put it out there. Sort of took to the consciousness and the resonance idea, let's say, and said, well, if I'll put it out there and let what happens, let the universe take it where it will, so to speak. And through that process of the translation, of trying to validate the documents themselves, because again, the question became, what was the purpose? Who was this for? I like to describe the body as having observations, measurements, using physics to explain the observations, and then a little bit of narrative and detail as though he is explaining to somebody else. Because again, contextually, these were never meant for publication. He did not write this as a book and send it and say, oh, you're living in the US now, can you get this out there? I believe his dedication to the USSR, was certainly had come into play, if that was ever a thought in his mind, and not having that ability to ask him any of those questions made us research and go even deeper. And sitting down with Natalia several times, or on long drives between her gigs, we're back and forth to New York all the time. So, it gives us 8 hours during the course of the trip both ways to talk about it and memories and try and have that framework and correlate that framework of the time period that he was that he was in and where he was, and we'll break that down a little bit more. But we've discovered so much about the man, and I believe this is a truly groundbreaking body of work. I think it is ultimately the final frontier when we talk about disclosure, and I'll touch on that in a minute. What we've done and compared it to that has led us to that conclusion. And again, what others have said, our friend Robert Eastniger had said, it's like having the Rosetta Stone for advanced and exotic sciences and UFO propulsion. But again, that's why it's out there now, and that is for the community like this to decide and to dive into. So let's touch for a few minutes, talk about the man. Valeris Chenohaeva, sorry, my wife is Chenohaeva. The name is, particularly the first name in Russian, would be Valery. This is Valeris, who's Latvianized. Born 1958 in the Kazakh Soviet Socialist Republic. The city he was born in is down on the Caspian Sea. At the time, it was known for being the epicenter of both the Kazakh oil industry as well as Kazakh military and engineering studies. The family has a history in that field. There are family members in Russia who have backgrounds in nuclear sciences, some of whom from the Cold War days have still never left Russia and can't leave Russia. He trained in Riga, Latvia in the 1970s. The Riga Aviation Academy that he studied at was certainly a prestigious institution under the Soviet Academy of Arts and Sciences. It was formerly a military aerospace school. Then they had the civilian branch of it. And again, contextually, time frame, history-wise, the idea of being a young Soviet citizen from a satellite republic, and the government ups and moves you to another republic or another satellite nation to attend university, signifies, again, both academic achievement, loyalty to the party, and all of those things. When I asked Nat, or when we talk about, well, what did he, when you were a kid, what did he do? What did you think that he did? She recalls him being away for long periods of time, back and forth to Kazakhstan, talk of working in the space program there as well. And those behaviors match this SETCA program, which was started within the Soviet Academy of Arts and Sciences institutions. And so he's the right man in the right place at the right time. The SETCA program was essentially split up in two areas. One was a military branch, one was a civilian branch. It was known to recruit and or use students right out of the universities. And there were other, key indicators that have sort of come up over time. Distance from friends. He had a very small class. We're not talking about hundreds of people in a class. We're talking tens, 12, 15 people in the class with whom he broke off contact. He didn't live in the dormitories. He lived in a private apartment. All indicators, again, of special treatment in a system that was meant to make everybody equal. Aside from these papers, we've found no other documentation, no other releases. I would imagine one of the things that pops into the scientific mind is about peer review. Again, within the Soviet Union, peer review wasn't necessarily a thing. You did your work, you forwarded it to a supervisor, that supervisor would put his name on it, and it would continue to go up the chain of authority, chain of command. And you didn't look for recognition or acknowledgement. Your work was for the good of Mother Russia, for the good of the Soviet Union. So to seek or desire personal recognition was certainly frowned upon. And so in that sense, I don't know if there was a formal peer review process in those. What we did find, one of the interesting things, was a patent from the 1990s. And particularly, it was filed in 1990 and ultimately approved in 1994. The credited author of the patent was a very high-level Soviet politician. He was sort of an interim between Gorbachev and Yeltsin as all that transpired. And again, my thinking from my background in geopolitics was that there perhaps was a concern that whether it was just these sets of papers or these papers were part of a larger body of work around this reverse engineering type activity, that the new Russian government sought to legally protect themselves, legally secure their intellectual property that still might have been bouncing around in Kazakhstan, which was now in between former Soviet nation and newly independent nation, and all the rest of it. And so that, again, has very close correlations, echoes, similarities, though it doesn't go into the degree of depth that Valeris's core works go into. It certainly reflects and as I say, echoes a lot of that work that is in there. So it seems it would have been, Valeris's work would have been an iteration of an early draft of what became this patent. And the patent, again, frankly, just looks like a giant UFO. And again, he passed in 2019 in Kazakhstan. We've not had the opportunity to travel there. We're gently trying to work with other extended family members to see if he has other belongings, other papers, whether or not directly related to that. It would be still nice to have and nice to take a look at and understand what was going on there. Again, I covered a lot of this already, but I'll just touch on it once more. Is once brilliant, later broken. Story I think many people can relate to, if not in themselves, in another family member. They had this privilege, this idea of a man existing without a country. Again, to have this sort of brilliance and to be working on a program, seemingly, again, reverse engineering a UFO that would have taken up the majority of his, if not his academic career, into his professional career. And then everything you believe in goes away overnight, essentially. That you've dedicated your life to working inside of this type of program, this type of secrecy. You are between countries. You have to choose where you're going to belong next as countries, become independent. Where do you go? What do you do? What do you tell a new employer you were working on? And particularly, even through today, in many of the Baltic countries, particularly Latvia, to call it out and be honest with you, having a Russian surname excludes you from many, many opportunities because they just still look at people of Russian ethnicity and origin as the oppressors, and in their own ways, they will try to make them pay. And that's why I feel for them. I talk about this idea with veterans, particularly people who live in this type of life, in this type of world, needing to have a mission. And when that mission was stripped away, what did he do? He looks like he drank himself to death over the end of it. As I said, there was no other records we were able to find specific to him. We can certainly correlate institutions, places, others who are public figures in the history of Soviet UFO investigation. One of the more interesting things that came out after publishing the book, or that happened after publishing the book, was I was contacted by somebody out of Texas, a retired law enforcement officer who had taken up ufology investigation in his retirement, and he was working on a book specifically to talk about the technology of UFO and bring together all the theories. And he was very excited to find this body of work. He said he hadn't seen anything else like it. Nothing is detailed, nothing with the math and the physics behind it. And his research had led him to believe it was actually the craft that's described in Valeris's papers was actually the same craft that is often associated with Russia's Area 51 Kapustin Yar. And he sent along a bunch of photos with that, and he was very excited. But what was interesting about it to me was we had reached the same conclusion a few months prior, in trying to do this forensics examination. I wanted to research known alleged Soviet-era UFO recovered crashes. And there was a drawing that was actually featured in a History Channel documentary about Kapustin Yar, and ran that drawing against the schematics from Valeris's paper. And the output essentially said, one looks like it's from memory, Valeris's looks like it is from observation and very detailed. I look at this body of work now as a roadmap, and talking about the patent. We've got the Russian patent, the US Navy patent for the triangular craft. There's a Chinese patent. There's about 6 altogether that we've identified so far. That again, the science matches. The science matches. Some of the drawings align too. Whistleblower testimony, Bob Lazar's statements, drawings, testimony. All of these things align with what things we find in the book, which explains them. So again, I go back to Robert Eastnager's comment about the Rosetta Stone. That's how we've been using this, and how we've really began to try and investigate what value is there in this. And it hit me one night at about 2 a.m. I woke up and thought to myself, what if all the questions that are being asked, what if the answers are out there already? Because there's so much being asked, particularly of the government, and I'll focus and pick on the UAP caucus and those hearings. But it got me thinking, when an inquiry is made and it's about a UFO or a UAP, they sort of have a protocol to chase that down. So I thought to myself, well, what if we don't ask about them? We just ask about the science. And from the book, I extracted 52 scientific topics. And out of those 52 topics, I picked the top ones that sort of seemed most aligned with existing research that was going on. And I sent out I sent out 4 FOIA requests, actually. And it was so this was late Saturday into Sunday morning. So at 2 a.m. on a Sunday morning, I was sitting outside having a cigar, and sending off electronic FOIA requests. That again, I used a GPT to help me format them and structure the question in the right way as to not raise any flags. So those went out Sunday. On Tuesday, I had 2 responses. The first one was from NASA, who said, you don't have a properly formatted request and we are closing this. And the second was from the US Navy, and the officer replying copied in 4 additional people and just said, do you want the easily releasable things? I forget the exact specific term, but it was essentially, you want the easy releasable things or you want everything we're going to have to research for too? And I said, I'll take the easy stuff and see what I get and then make a decision if I want to go any deeper into it. And haven't heard back from him yet either, but I found it interesting that within 1 business day, I had 2 rapid replies to a FOIA request. But then I went a step further and said, well, what if it is all out there already and we're just asking the wrong questions? And as you can see, if you've been reading the slide as I was talking, we found an 85 to 95% match across the number I have. There's 54. That number's up to over 70 agencies now that are tied directly to the science. That 15.2 billion between 96 and 2002. Again, if you have followed it all, that is now up to basically 150 billion annually across all of these projects. Because the initial research I did was focused on 1980 to 2000, which, to go back to Valeris's notes, is my assessment of the time frame in which they were written. So the question became, what publicly available data is there? Whether research from a government agency, a government contractor, some other institution associated with the government, declassified documents, and limited it to that time frame. And expanding that out a little bit more for the statistics fans out there, those 52 scientific areas also included things like consciousness studies. And while the results of that came back to some of the more popularized declassified programs like Stargate and some of the remote viewing exercises and things like that, when you incorporated all of those metaphysical aspects that perhaps mainstream science doesn't necessarily accept, but are common within the UFO industry. If you consider many of those types of programs are possibly still under a classified umbrella, then our rate of correlation was still at 76%. And, why is that relevant? Well, we've gone to war and people have gone to jail on less certainty. President Obama approved the operation to enter Pakistan by the Navy SEALs against Osama bin Laden on intelligence that was 60% confidence. President Bush invaded Iraq on 30% confidence. And again, federal cases are brought against people on a lot less information. I did a little number, was trying to put a number to, how much Al Capone was accused of, and ultimately he only went to jail for tax evasion. So I say that because that framework of whether you want to include the metaphysical aspects of 76% matching government programs or purely scientific research that is aligned at 85 to 95% correlation and matching, again, leads me to question, we have this body of work. We know from it, we have high confidence, as they'd say in the intelligence world, that it was associated to the reverse engineering of a UFO and subsequent programs developed in Russia. Even today, when Russia talks about their space-based weapon systems, they talk about using new physical principles for EMP systems and so forth. So if we know they were basing it off of reverse engineering a UFO, then where did the US come up with the idea? Where did all of these institutions come up with these ideas? And how are they going to, and why do they exist in the format they exist in? And that's why I say I think when it comes to disclosure, they will never, whether it's Arrow or the UAP caucus, they will never find that UFO smoking gun because it is so compartmentalized and so buried in the science. And that is by design. That is the purpose to prevent that kind of quote unquote radical disclosure. And so this body of work becomes a roadmap for the public, for investigators, to chase down those end users of the research, of the products that were developed around this technology. So again, to touch on Grig's presentation on consciousness, again, I find that another one of those universal factors: right place, right time, right subjects, back to back. I appreciate the opportunity to share this story. Intentionally wanted to keep it a little bit short because I'd love to really open it up to more questions and more discussions, particularly with the folks backstage. But this is, important to the legacy. The purpose of this, we have made this available publicly. So this is not just that it's a book, go buy it. If you go to the website, engineeringinfinitybook.com, there is a PDF flip viewer, and all 294 pages of it are open to view and explore. There is an option to buy a download. There's an option to buy a hard copy for anyone who wants to mark it all up and do that. But this is what was dropped in our laps. And I think we've done all we can really do with it. And we need folks like everybody here, everybody who is watching, to not only take an interest in it for the historical significance, I think, of the body of work, but are there tidbits in there that unlock potentials for the betterment of humankind? I think there's so much focus on this idea of national security and the secrecy around the UAP UFO question that we've forgotten, and what we've learned from our understanding of the book, that the technologies that are in here have much broader applications to everyday life, in energy and healthcare and transportation and all of those things that I'm sure so many of you are interested in and involved in. And that's why we said when we put this out there, we've got to translate it, and we have to make it available for anybody to look at. We want to be, we call for disclosure and transparency. We have to lead by example and be transparent and provide our own disclosure of what we have. And so again, I want to thank you all for listening. Tim, that is this is going, oh, there we go. It's not just a legacy, it's a wave and resonance. Again, if you believe in that, in consciousness, you are here hearing this today because you might be able to be part of the solution.
Wonderful. Gene, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Again, this is absolutely amazing. And so I would urge people to check out engineeringinfinitybook.com. I'm going to drop the website there. Again, I was sent a copy of this, and it is massive. I mean, there is so much in there. This thing
it touches, somebody described, they said there's something, if you are into the ufology subject, there is something for everybody in it. And I know we've got Jared backstage, and Jared's done a little bit of a deep dive into it. I don't know if not to put him on the spot.
I was given folks a moment to write down the URL again, engineeringinfinitybook.com. So, we've given people a few different URLs today. and they can watch this in replay, right? And so they can pick those up. So let me do this. Let me bring everybody in, and let me take down, there we go. Okay, I'll take that out. We've got there's Greg, and yeah, almost our Brady Bunch layout. So before anything else, let's give Gene Sticco an enormous applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you for an amazing presentation.
Thank you so much. It's a tough story to get out there. It is literally a Cold War drama. And I've had an interesting enough life. When I've told people about it, they said, well, if mysterious Soviet UFO documents were going to drop in anybody's lap, it was going to be yours. So,
well, there you go. And, I mean, there are a couple takeaways from that. One of them is there was a ton of work done in the Soviet Union that is waiting to be revealed. And it's not that it's classified for the most part. Maybe some of it still is. A lot of it was just lost, right? I mean, they went through a massive transformation. And
exactly. Things just walked away. And that's what we believe happened with this. Nat always talked about her dad having his briefcase, and he always had some papers with him. He was always working on things. Again, whether or not it was specifically this, who knows? But, it was certainly for somebody like him who was so passionately, he was a patriot. That's the bottom line. And, the idea that when things started falling apart and questions started getting raised, he said, I'm going to take this work, I'm going to hold on to it, and I'm going to just secure it until everybody calms down, gets their heads together, and we get back to Mother Russia as it should be. And that day just never came.
Yeah. No, there's so much in Russia. I mean, both their official, space agencies, right? Things they were working on there. I mean, there was that. In fact, I'll try and bring it up later. There were those two guys who went to Baikonur, the Baikonur facility, and I mean, people might wonder, why would they just let something this important drop? I mean, they just abandoned that whole hangar. The Soviet shuttle was just sitting there, right? It's just covered with dust.
Yeah, and so much just walked away. And I tell people, we hear so much of the word oligarch. I said, you know who the oligarchs were? The oligarchs, the original oligarchs were the people who were in charge of the different branches and different institutions at the fall of the Soviet Union. So the oil minister said, okay, there's no more Soviet Union. I will now be the head of the Russian oil company. And they just created their own companies. Even in Lithuania, I had the situation that when, and again, this is 9 years after the fall of the Soviet Union, but just to demonstrate the mindset, when the state oil consortium announced it was privatizing, the security department of the oil consortium broke itself off from the company and incorporated itself as its own for-profit business, made the oil consortium the top shareholder of the new company, and then went out and got different contracts.
There you go.
So, that's like Target, like McDonald's HR department suddenly saying, we're now going to become our own business and we will contract HR services, back in.
Well, so you mentioned, Gene, you mentioned Jared a moment ago. We've got Jared with us. So this is the time to put him on the spot and ask awkward questions.
Well, I just, if anyone has dove into the science a bit, that I can turn to say, Jared, what do you think of the science? What do you think what you've seen so far?
Yeah, thanks, Gene. Thank you so much for all the work, the years of work that you and your wife have put into making this accessible for everybody. Because, yeah, like Tim was saying, when you just see the Russian documents by themselves, it is overwhelming. It's like, there ain't no way I'm going to even scratch this. But through the translation, you guys have made this at least at a minimum accessible to throw it into GPT and see what it says. So the background that I have coming into this, I spent a good chunk of time looking into the SDI era, the Star Wars era in the US of the 1980s, because during that time, that's when I thought maybe there was some good reverse engineering efforts done on UFOs, specifically for the flying triangles. Through all that research, I got really familiar with the US's efforts on MHD generators, as well as other uses for MHD. For those who don't know, magnetohydrodynamics, MHD, the idea is that you can have like metal plates and you can go with a plasma between those two metal plates and you can harvest energy out of that. Back in the 70s, we had like this big oil like crisis and everybody was trying to figure out, is there a better way to do energy generation? So they figured out you could explode little like, it's kind of like cheating at fusion. You can explode little tiny thermonuclear explosions, get all that plasma from that to go between these two plates, and bada boom, bada bing, you got yourself a generator. Now, the problems with that kind of energy generation abound. Because you're dealing with explosions. It's really, really hard. Russia, turns out, was also doing similar work around the similar time. So when Gene brought this book to me a few weeks ago, and I see MHD is referenced like 40 times or whatever throughout the book, I'm like, I don't even need to know when this book was written. I know when this book was written because early 1980s and mid 1980s was when they were really working hard on this. From that, I have tried to see, are there parts of this, the way that Gene's father-in-law talks about this, are there little tidbits we can pull out of that to figure out what is his actual background, right? What specific Soviet projects was he working on, most likely based upon the depth of knowledge on different parts of these, things that he's describing in there. If I had to take a guess, and this is just a wild guess, the Arzamas 16, that is a specific MHD project that was for, once again, this pulsed power type idea. You're generating mega Gauss fields. You're generating just crazy high amounts of magnetic fields, but you're doing it for really, really short periods of time. And so you got to figure out how to take that really short period of time pulse of magnetic power and stretch it out in time so that you can actually make good use of it. And you don't want to necessarily just suck away all the energy with your MHD. You want to use that energy to power other things that are going to like stretch out the energy, like all the solenoids that he's talking about in there. Okay, so in the document, there's a lot of stuff there that says the guy knew what he was talking about with regards to MHD. He knew what he was talking about with regards to some of the astronomy stuff. His degree was in aerospace. This makes sense. It seems as though it's really hard to tell whether or not he was hands-on with any craft, though. That's the hard part that I can't quite, figure out. It seems as though he has really good knowledge on the dimensions of these craft, on, stuff that's going on underneath the hull of these craft. He has enough knowledge that knowledge didn't really come out into the public until a decade or two later. So at a bare minimum, I think he was best buddies with somebody who was in the program, or he was like super duper connected with somebody that did know, that was able to kind of tell him, okay, this is about this. I can't tell you some things, but I can tell you these things. It's about this big, it's about this tall, this is kind of some of the tubes we see underneath, but at that level. And so then Valeri's, he takes it and he's like, I'm an engineer. I'm going to engineer this stuff. And then he comes up with all these documents. This is what he thinks is going on. May not necessarily be what's actually going on underneath the whole of the craft, but I think it's a darn good start compared to what anybody else has done. And it totally tracks with what it looks like the U.S. reverse engineering efforts were doing at the time, because there was this overlap between this MHD research that was being used for a lot of different things, but also how that tied into fusion research and potentially metric engineering research that the US was looking at the time. So 2 thumbs up on the book. And I give it like a 8.5 out of 10, 9 out of 10 on the engineering side, where we don't yet know if it's right? Because we don't have an example of what is right, but based off all the other little pieces out there that seem like they're all pointing in the same direction, his stuff is pointing in all the exact same direction.
Yeah. Somebody framed it to me. They said, well, even if it's wrong, we have to consider if it wasn't built here, where it was built might have different physics.
Also, was it Dan Davis that was mentioning the plasma sheathing on hypersonics and how that could be connected to a potential warp drive? It shows there's a communication breakdown that comes from that plasma sheathing, and that might actually be the result of a isolation in space-time. And that's all wrapped around MHD too. So
yeah, well, and again, Brendan, this is one where you'll want to look at it before. I mean, again, this is like heavy duty, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Every now and then, like sometimes you'll see something and it's like, oh yeah, you know, here are a couple of pages, right? Like an error report. You get one schematic that's interesting and 200 pages of nothing, right? This is kind of the other way around. It's just like it's so big and so information dense that, you know, it'll take you a while, you know, in a good way. I mean, it's one of those things. So
Definitely a niche audience, as I said. It's not an easy read for sure.
well, you know, there are
Just
different,
some light bedtime reading. That's all.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, there are different ways to, you know, the story itself isn't necessarily niche, right? Like,
Sure.
you know, and so as you guys explore that, maybe you'll find more loose ends, you know, threads
No,
to pull.
absolutely. And for all the feedback, and Jared, I'll tell you, we're not, I'm not married and committed to the, to the premise. We've talked about that. Well, could he have looked at pictures? Could somebody else have told him? Sure. Again, the language is, definitive in the sense that, it seems like, this is what I'm looking at. This is what I know. But where'd that knowledge come from? Who knows? We did ask Nat, well, did your father ever talk about UFOs or anything? And all she really recalls, she says, well, yeah, he definitely believed, he was certain, he would speak with certainty that it existed. So this is close that gap, at least for her a little bit.
Yeah. Now it's, yeah, again, absolutely amazing stuff. Well,
Thank
you guys, it's top of the hour. Let's put our hands together one more time for all of our presenters, Gene,
Yeah.
Joel, and Greg today. You guys are all doing incredible work. I'm so overjoyed. And thank you for the day after the 4th of July. That's why I've got my Independence Day. Can you see it's my ID5 poster behind me. So, and that's licensed through my stock art that was generated by AI. If anyone wants to complain, they can complain to the computers and the machines. They invented that based on probably something they saw in a movie. Well, so yeah, guys, we could do lab updates now. If anybody has a lab update, where did Drew's there? Drew may have one.
If I can just do one last plug here. So with Gene's book that he's got there, and all the stuff that's talking about in there, there's another person that I've already talked about a bunch whose stuff seems to relate to this, and that is Dr. Friedwart Winterberg. For anybody who doesn't know, he's like the father of fusion, and he was also super into UFOs, and he was also rubbing shoulders with Ed Teller and other people that were in the program that were feeding him info, right? So if indeed there is something there, it's just interesting that these people that are into MHD and fusion also happen to be big UFO buffs, right? The people who are really high up in the super secret programs happen to be into UFOs and happen to be into fusion. Something worth thinking about as you go through these documents.
Yeah. And these were credible people. I think that's also worth pointing out is UFOs. I mean, the number I've read said 38% of the American public believes that UFOs are extraterrestrial, or they believe in UFOs, right? There's an assumption that there's extraterrestrial. So that seems to be a cross section of society from what I've seen. Interestingly, almost 70% of the American public believes that the government knows more than it is letting on. So people who don't believe in UFOs think that the government is hiding something. But yeah, that 38%, if that's even true, maybe it's more than that. I mean, we were all raised on UFOs on TV and movies and lunch boxes, and Drew has one sitting on the table next to him. He's space alien there. You know, it's hard to tell. Well, Drew, do you have a lab update for us, sir? Oh, you're muted, my friend.
Yeah. Yes.
Did you want to do a lab update?
Yes. This week has been tear the working system apart and install the version 2 of the upgraded version 2 of the test rig. So now I have a beautiful integrated test rig with the cameras and the force meter and all of the high voltage equipment inside the ITO box, and discovered that when I passed the USB Type C wire through the ridiculously stupidly expensive USB Type C vacuum pass-through, nothing worked. So I am in a state of dejection at the moment with my brand new system sitting out in the shop torn apart. And tomorrow I'm going to get with one of the team that actually built it all and see if we can't go back to the older style electronics. There's something about USB-C. That's what's in the end of your phone, the most phones. That is horribly incompatible with whatever we came up with, clues that we came up with to collect data and stuff. So sadly, this has been a week away from producing new and better thrusters, and it's just been a week of working in the background trying to get the test rig portable so that we can take it to wherever we're going to go in 3 weeks and 2 days. So that's it.
Okay, sorry about that. Let me unsolo layout you. There we go. Perfect. Okay, now we're back to our normal layout. Okay.
Drew, how expensive is crazy expensive for a USB-C pass-through? Like 100, 1,000?
$4,000 a piece.
If you guys want, if you guys want, I can do a preliminary run through on some of the Podklanov stuff. I mean, it'll take me a moment to get the files up, but.
What's the Podklanov stuff?
Well, so the Ning Li story. In fact, I guess it's the day after the holiday, so I guess we can just do open discussion now, guys. You want to do that? Unless Jared has an update for us. No? Okay. Well, open discussion time.
If you guys,
Jared, I want to hear about the Graphic Flyer.
Well, if it's okay, let me give you kind of the bird's eye view of the Ning Li story. So there was a story in the Huntsville Business Journal in 2023, and somebody forwarded it to me, but it caught on this year. There was a delayed response to it. Basically, a reporter named Noah Logan spoke with George Lee, who is the son of Ning Li, or George Men, I believe. And so Noah did a follow-up on Dr. Ning Li. Again, turning back time, in 1991, she published a paper with Douglas Torr saying that superconductors could produce gravitational effects. And she had this idea, this name for it called AC gravity. And shortly after her paper, Eugene Podklanov came forward with his rotating superconductor. And that was the one where Tony Robertson talked about this. As the superconductor spun, it was a 12-inch diameter superconductor going, I believe it was 6,000 or 10,000 RPM. So it was very big and very fast. Smoke from a pipe tobacco of a fellow colleague started to spiral up. And they thought that it was creating a gravitational shield after some investigation. And so they went to floors in the building, subsequent floors, and they found the same gravitational shielding in those floors above it, or so they believed. So with Podklanov, that hit headlines, and both of them made like global headlines there. Popular Science, I think Scientific American did something on it. Popular Mechanics, they were really big for a few years. So Ning Li was right next door to NASA. She started working with the NASA team alongside them, and she picked up a grant for the Department of Defense later. And she published papers in the 90s to the early 2000s talking about very small effects, right? That are more like high frequency gravitational waves. And she ended up collaborating with, like, she presented at the HFGW 2003, and she collaborated with Bob Baker and a lot of other folks. Those were kind of her colleagues to talk with. But she was always very closed compared to them. And so the long and the short of it is she had made these claims about seeing results, and then she kind of went silent and disappeared. And everybody kind of wondered what happened to her. So that hasn't completely been solved, but apparently there was a car accident in 2014. And I guess she basically she was brain damaged from it, went into early Alzheimer's. And then she passed away a few years later. So there were definitely some medical issues that played a role. And so that's something that Noah and I are kind of working on together. We're going to try and do a podcast and dig in and provide specifics. The other thing that he felt was her papers are probably all at Redstone Armory. Apparently that was where she was contracted to do the work. And I would bet you that when she had her auto accident, they probably just set her stuff aside and then put it in a box a few years later. It may or may not be classified. I have no idea. But dollars to donuts, it's still there. So it's an intriguing story. And what I'm trying to do is weave that together with everything that Pogleinoff claimed, because he made claims about first the rotating superconductor, and then he wrote a paper with Dr. Giovanni Modenese about what he called an impulse generator. And that has been, a couple of people have attempted to replicate it, but they haven't really followed the rules for it, that they haven't done the true experiment. So that may not be real either. I mean, it may be legit, it may not be legit. It's hard to tell because no one has done it correctly. So Tony Robertson is getting involved. He has a team of folks in Huntsville, just volunteer effort, and they're trying to build some of these things, and fingers crossed. But the takeaway for me, again in this podcast that we're working on, is NASA never tested it, and everybody who claims to have done any kind of a test didn't really follow the playbook for it. They didn't follow the experimental parameters. So for me, it seems like the superconductor gravity thing is still up in the air. It's an unresolved question. So that's kind of my take on it. Sorry, I know I was probably a little bit too vague.
What is it?
So the idea, there are a couple of different ideas. Pogleinoff, his was the simplest. It's if you take a really big superconductor and you spin it really fast, it will create a shield between itself and the gravity below it, right? So you get this small shield, like basically anything above that superconductor weighs less because it's shielded from gravity from the Earth. That's the idea. That's the easiest. Then there is this idea of high frequency gravitational waves. And there are 4 or 5 different theories involving those. That comes out of the work of Dr. Robert Forward, who's a really famous physicist, like in the mid 20th century. And Dr. Bob Baker picked up that work and really drilled down into superconductors with it. So that's kind of another approach. And with that one, there was, without getting too deep into the history, it looks like under normal circumstances, any effect there is really weak. So you could probably use it for communications, but without some kind of magic sauce, right, like Jack Sarfati's metamaterials, it's probably not strong enough for propulsion. So that's a second one. Then this third one is this gravitational impulse generator, where basically Eugene Poklenov, the claim was with Modeniz, they wrote a big paper about this. If you shock a superconductor with a massive amount of energy, right? They used a Marx generator. I think it was 500,000 to 1,000,000 volts or something. It was a massive shock, and it was a big superconductor. He claimed that it generated a beam of force that would, in his words, it would shatter brick and warp 1-inch thick steel. So, you know, there are a bunch of different approaches to it. Superconductors were really big for a few years.
So,
Spinning
are there any physical versions of this thing laying around in somebody's garage?
Tony has a bunch
Hathaway.
of
Hathaway and Robertson. So Tim just went and interviewed Tony Robertson, and you can see those videos. He interviewed him in his shop there where he's trying to recreate Poklenov stuff. And then George Hathaway did some testing on Poklenov stuff and like had Poklenov come and like say, you know, yes, this is my blessing. That looks like something that I think it should do the thing. But it didn't do the thing for Hathaway. But then you're starting to get into drama. But the idea that you have a spinning superconductor that it has its own, you know, magnetic field already in it and it's locked in, right? And then you zap it with a really high dVdt, right? A really high change in voltage over a really short period of time. Now you're starting to maybe get into some metric manipulation type stuff, right? But it's going to be a really short pulse of metric manipulation. You're going to make a little like gravitational wave of some kind, a little force wave type thing of some kind. As far as Poklenov's claim that, you know, it can blow up a brick, I mean, you know,
I haven't seen photos of the brick.
So to the topic of Ning Li, I'm gonna cite from the EGAP Bericht from 2017. Hillebrand von Ludwiger wrote about her, and it's German. I'm going to translate as I read it. The counterbaric effect was possibly discovered by in an experiment of the physicist Ning Li. She works today in the Forschungsinstitut Jülich, in the Institute for Kernphysik. Particle physics is the field in English. When she was still working in the USA, she might have found pondermotorische Kräfte. This is a Heim term for special stuff that happens in the contrabari equations while she was putting lasers on crystals. So yes, I might send these pages to you, Tim. So this is what I'm talking about. There is a lot of stuff published in German in special publications, like the EGAP is the follow-up organization of the MUFON CES, right? So the MUFON in Central Europe was led by Ludwiger, and then there were personal troubles, and he broke away with a part of the people and formed the EGAP. And so there are publications in German about solitons, about all this kind of stuff we're talking about, which are not accessible for the international audience. So I'm trying to foster some connections, and also, some people from the work group might come onto APEC and present on some of the stuff.
That's awesome. Yeah, I would
in the future.
Yeah, I would love to have them. I mean, the making this as international as possible, right? Like,
yes,
it allows those different. It's cross-pollination, you know.
Yes. So he writes further about weight reduction, right? Above rotating supra-conducting plates in magnetic fields, Podkletno, right, the guy, and also about cross ideas with Townsend T. Brown experiments, right? So yes, and that Ning Li found some of the effects probably in an experiment by accident. So this is his formulation.
That's possible. And then one thing I've wondered about is these superconductors are somewhat similar. I might get beat up for saying this, but the way that the magnetic field works in them, right? They're somewhat similar to kind of like Bose-Einstein condensates, in that regard. You have a macro scale object that's behaving in some ways almost like a single entity as opposed to a collection of particles, and that reminds me of gas plasmas. Gas plasmas do the same thing. And one of the questions years ago people were saying was, if superconductors influence gravity, maybe plasmas do. And that goes back to a bunch of these black triangle reverse engineering ideas, right? The thought was, okay, we can use a gas plasma for it instead of a superconductor, and you get the same thing. You get these macro scale, almost like quantum interactions.
Might be worthwhile to also once again plug Gene's book, because in there Larry talks about terahertz and superconductors like in the same vein. It's a really short blurb, and I tried diving down that to see what is he talking about here. And it looks like, once again, in the niche that Valeri's was like studying or was familiar with, they had some really cool like 0.3 to 0.6 terahertz, right? 300 gig to 600, like very low frequency, very high frequency, low terahertz though, applications where like that's the upper limit on where some of these materials could still superconduct. But you start getting really interesting anomalous effects that occur at those super high frequencies in the superconducting regime, right? You're starting to get into the magic of terahertz, right? And then you sprinkle in a little superconductivity in there as well. And you have these microwave chambers, which are already used for this kind of stuff. You have superconducting RF chambers out there already. But if you're operating these chambers at that level, at that high of a frequency, you can start getting into some more odd effects that I'm nowhere near read up enough on to talk about coherently.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. And then the other part, I mean, the reason I wanted to do this interview was things disappear from public knowledge, and I mean, but like when I got into this, that was all people were talking about it left, right, and center. It was everybody kind of knew about these experiments, and now, like Drew was giving me kind of a blank look a few minutes ago, right? But that's not uncommon. I've had several people be like, superconductors, what would that do? I was like, dude, this was all over the news. But it's just time passes and it fades away, right? So,
and I think that's part of the problem. There's no, one central end user. There's no, where's the repository of all this collective knowledge around these subjects? And it just makes you think part of it has to be by design to keep it out of the public memory or at least current thought.
Well, so one thing that it's kind of on my list, it may take me a while, it may take me a couple of months to get started, but I want to take some of the various media that we're creating with alt propulsion. We've already got the events. Every event that we've ever done is listed and watchable on altpropulsion.com. But I want to take some of the other stuff, the interviews and the history and some of the videos of things in operation, and put those up on the website and change it into kind of a category driven site. And then the other part of that I'm really excited about, is it okay if I show the UFO Rev website real quick? Well, let me show that really quick.
Speaking of repository.
Yeah, speaking of repositories, this I kind of started with this for the same reason. Here, let me share screen. There we go. Okay, so this is uforev.com, and it is based on the same WordPress theme that I'm using for alt propulsion. And so the nice thing about it, like with Gene Greneker here, this is just a YouTube video, but I have a tool. It's called exemplary.ai, and it costs a couple of bucks for each one, but it will go through and create an AI breakdown. And these are pretty amazing breakdowns. I'm trying to think of a good one. if a person runs through a big list, it'll put the list in there. It'll actually break the list down and put it in. It also puts in timestamps for various things. And so what I've done with this site is try and break this down into categories. And then all of the UFO propulsion reverse engineering stuff is there. And then when you go into it, it's got an AI description for all of it. So I wanted to do the same thing for alt propulsion because our YouTube channel has it's got 700 something. And that used to be back in the day, that channel was the old American Anti-Gravity channel. So I have interviews from ISNPS STAFE. I have some Tesla Tech interviews from back in the day. I have videos of like inertial propulsion devices. And my thought was, if we could use AI and get more of that out there, that would be at least part of a repository, right?
It's a great idea, Tim.
Yeah.
And then the other thought that's kind of come to mind is some kind of a professional association, but I think our community is still too diverse. We're headed that way, but I don't think that we're there.
Define that, Tim. What do you mean?
Well, you've got like the IEEE, right, for electrical engineers,
right.
But in their case, they have an industry that drives that,
right?
So I think we may get there at some point, but
yeah. Interesting idea.
Yeah. Well, do you guys have anything else you want to chat about?
So I have a add-on behind my presentation. If you guys want, I can do it. And it's going to be maybe 5 or 10 minutes, and it has some nice visuals which actually explain a little bit more about the syntrix and stuff. So if you want, I can do it now.
Yeah. I'm fine with it if you guys are.
Yeah, if you put up the presentation, then I'm going to go to it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we're already here. Nice. Okay, so this is like a visual representation of what a metroplex looks like, and we're gonna get in steps to this picture here. Actually, this was introduced to Kurt Mungal by, I forgot again, I had Gary Nolan, right? Introduced this to Kurt Mungal because he actually read a book of Hildebrand von Ludwiger, which was very interesting to me. So this shows the metroplex, which is Heim's term for a complex of complexes, a higher order structure formed by bundling together many lower level configurations like syndromes and syntrixes. The legs are syndromes at the base, and each is a realized configuration, or you could say like a state of affairs. The syntrix are the rings that you see stacked above. Each is a total configuration space at a certain level. You can think all possible arrangement of syndromes at that layer. And the syntro-clean marks distinct. So this is what goes. It's like a line that goes up. This is like a way through the space of spaces. So the metroplex as a whole is a nested stacking of rings, legs, and represents how complex structures emerges by recursively bundling simpler ones, a matryoshka of structure, you could say. So yes, this is just, okay, wait, I'm gonna make this also. So each syndrome can be a metrophor, a unit that serves as a building block at a higher level. So this is what I say was nested. So you have a very bottom layer, which has very simple stuff connected, and all the possible connections build the foundation for the next level. And all the possible connections of that build the foundation for the next level. And that's how it gets built. So in there, you also have the predicates, which connects the metrophors and define possible interactions or combinations. The syntrixes gather all compatible metrophors at each level, generating a band or the ring structure. And then the metroplex is the totality of these syntaxes, a vast combinatorial space of possible higher order configuration, and then again the base elements of the next one. So you get emergence by recursive combining, bundling metrophors into syntaxes, then syntaxes into metroplexes. And Heim's framework models how simple states scale up into new forms, atoms to molecules, to cells, etc. This is then, so if you fill this with actual stuff, it looks like this. From metrophors to the biophore, so the biosphere. You see here how the metrophors at the base build a new layer, which is then fundamental synthpode. And in the next layer, you have already elementary particles. In the next layer, you have atoms. In the next layer, you have molecules. And next layer, you have the biophore, so like the very basic life building blocks. Yes. So, so also the T0, those are called totalities. They represent levels. Yeah. Okay, maybe I can already talk here. It's not really in there about activity streams and the emergence of metroplex Gefüge. So in Heim theory, maybe I'm going to do it with this already. So this is even more totalities. So in Heim theory, so how exactly the scale is put together, this is definitely up to discussion and further refinement. If we call it Soma, Bios, Psyche, and Pneuma, and if it's 1 to 25, or if the steps need to be a little bit different, to me, this is totally up to discussion. But the principle here is very interesting. So first of all, what are actually the axes here? So this is in the X5 axis. The X5 axis in Heim theory is an axis on which structural complexity is ordered. So if you go up on this axis, your structural complexity gets more complex, right? So at the basis, there are just very simple stuff, and then you have stuff in the Soma, then in the Bios, in the Psyche, and then Pneuma, which, yeah, okay. So activity streams are actually how consciousness interacts throughout all these levels in Heim theory. Those are flows of information, organization, and they can have influence. They're traveling up and down through the syntroclenes, through the layers. And then you have condenser terms in the X5 and X6. So I didn't introduce hermetry forms yet, but in the 6-dimensional extension, there are 4 hermetry forms, and these are just what kind of dimensions are active in interactive stuff. Yeah. So each metroplex element is specified by these structure coordinates X5 and X6, and those are in the hermetry form R. So therefore A, B, C, D. The first is just X5, X6. The second is X5, X6, X4. So also the time dimension. And then you have, let me actually have a look. Right, it is X5. Yeah, it's I'm going to do a whole presentation about those in more detail. And it's not the really important thing here. So important here is that the activity streams have a bidirectionality. So they go up and they go down, allowing bottom-up emergence. This is what actually was talked about in the Kochamunga thing, and top-down influence. This is what might be interesting for us. So there might be a conscious influence on meta configurations or on possibility states. So this is how in Heim theory paranormal stuff might be explainable, or at least here is directly in the theory a thing that could explain this stuff, right? If you stay just in 3 space dimensions, 1 time dimension, and the 4 fundamental forces, how should something like remote viewing, non-local perception, how should that work? Maybe here is a theoretical way of explaining this. So yes, this kind of shows the pillar of emergence, and also it's kind of a picture of why Heim's theory is a universal ontology, because all the different layers are connected, and the activity streams are able to pass informations through through the different layers. The central pillar represents the Il-Core. In German, it is the intermittierender Leitmetroplex korrelativer Eigenschaften. So I tried to translate this. Two possible translations of what this picture represents. One would be guiding intermetroplex of correlative attributes, or intermittiering guide metroplex of correlated properties. So along the vertical axis x5, we move from the most basic matter, the soma, to life, bios, mind, psyche, and highest integration, pneuma. So the structure shows how complexity and new modes of being emerge layer by layer, always interconnected by the Il-Core. Yes. So in the soma, Heim says there's the physical substrate, body and matter. In the bios, there's life and biological complexity. In the psyche, this is where the consciousness and the mind is located. And in the T25 and higher, right? This is also something important. Heim never found a limiting factor to this nestling. That's why I said possibly ad infinitum. So yeah, at least Heim never found a ceiling. So T25 is the highest that he went to, but there might be a T26, 27, 1 million, I don't know. So the T25 plus is where Heim said here's the pneuma, which is a highest form of consciousness. Maybe some term like spirit or universal integration can be applied here. The structure's color and shape show how activity streams, which are information and organizational, flow upward and downward, connecting all levels. The horizontal plane is space, vertical is organization complexity. In Heim theory, every complex system is a cross-section of this universal pillar. Emergence is not a miracle, but a geometric feature of ontology. And yeah, that's it already.
Awesome. Thank you, man. I was trying to look up Podklenov stuff while you're doing that, but there's too much. It's too spread out. What I can do real quick is show you guys the YouTube channel.
Yeah, and I'm gonna work further on explaining this. This is like it's very interesting, very key, and I also have to say my own understanding of the system here is really not perfect. I'm really working hard on getting better in Heim theory. I'm also reading all the original work from Konrad Hedwig Martius at the moment, who was a really great and undervalued philosopher. She did really amazing work. And again, all the books are only in German. I didn't found a translation of her core works, but she is definitely worth a read. She did some really amazing work in putting philosophy and physical people in one room, and really there's some really great stuff in her work to really also further the understanding of Heim theory and yeah, what physics should actually do.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Joel, if I can ask one question, it seems like Heim is trying to create like this philosophy, concept here, but it's not doing natural philosophy. It's doing like supranatural philosophy, right? It's extending beyond what we see in nature into what possibly exists outside of nature. Is that accurate, or?
I wouldn't say that's accurate. I would say no, because Heim is actually trying to bring stuff into physics that is part of reality, but is completely ignored by physics when physics says there is no metaphysics. So one example that Heim gives is, you want to see something paranormal? Just watch yourself drinking a cup of coffee, right? What happens? Like internal psychic space says, man, I really want a sip of coffee, or I'm tired, I should drink a coffee. And then a physical entity grabs a cup and drinks something. That's already paranormal to Heim. And it cannot be, or like laugh, like stuff like this, right? This is real. So Heim said something which I really like. If the existence time of something is different from zero, then it exists. And if it exists, it's part of reality. And a unified description of reality should include everything. So And again, like non-local perception exists, right? So he's not trying to explain something that's not existing. His theory, actually, this is all emergent from his base axioms and the way he started, right? He didn't took this and then tried to build up the foundation. He went from the foundation and ended up there. This is also maybe an important clarification here. So I think he tried to include everything that really is existent and is experienced by human consciousness, and this kind of stuff needs to be included if you really want to include everything.
Joel, I have a question.
Yes.
Information flows both ways in this. I mean, top down, bottom up, correct?
Yes.
In this representation. What is the lowest level? You talk, I think you call it a metrosphere or a metro. Anyway, I agree with Gene. This is above my mental capacity, I believe. So, but anyway, what is the lowest level? What does he begin with? To build up, you said you've got a foundation that builds up, it winds up in ways that I've never seen expressed in physics before.
Yes, it would be the material field quantum, right? So he calls also something like protoplex. And I actually, let me check for 1 second something on my board. So yeah, the T0 would be Zahlen, mathematics, and like very basic stuff. And T1 is prototrope. T2 is protosimplex, T3 is elementary particles. So he has 3 layers below the elementary particles.
Let me ask oh, go ahead.
Yes.
So standard physics would basically take it from the bottom foundation and up through what, where are we at? T15, something like that? Am I looking at that right?
Probably somewhere in the middle of the bias.
Okay, in the middle of the BIOS. Okay.
This is where something is happening, which I'm calling the local violation of entropy. So living stuff is a local violation of the entropy laws, right? Right. We keep an order which stops the moment we die, then our body decays, and this is something which is in Heim theory. This works through the activity streams. So if you see there are like different kind of stuffs, right? So an animal would not have this yellow layer. This is only for human consciousness. There's also a distinction, right? And
did he not consider an animal to be conscious? Or
oh yes, he did, but it's a different form of consciousness. It doesn't go as high up in the totalities as the human consciousness, and it has also a different amount of activity streams within the system, you could say.
Now, he's described mathematically how to go from foundation up through what looks like certainly the first 3 levels, which would seem to, our first 2 levels anyway, would seem to coincide with our current physical investigations, the way physics stands right now. My question is, does he have, and the point is, does he have a mathematical basis for consciousness? Has he established a mathematical context for higher level consciousness, animal, human, you name it?
I would say yes. If the centrometric maximum telecentric is correct, then yes, this is a framework in which you can model consciousness. Consciousness is one part of this very general thing, right? So if we think about back to those equations, if you take them in the most general form, then every kind of consciousness is just a subset of that. And again, like if it's correct, right? And if it's correct, what can you actually do with it? This is not explored. This is also like Heim had some. So in my personal view and opinion, he created a theory which is so much bigger than, so this is quantum mechanics, this is general relativity, and he did something like this, right? Like this. And then he went into some very parts and tried to show something explicit which he was interested in. But what we did in quantum mechanics is really go in depth in certain points in such a way that is just beyond. So we got out of quantum mechanics stuff that the founders of quantum mechanics never could even imagine.
Right.
So now imagine we can do this as a real big scientific effort with Heim theory. And I'm not stating that Heim theory is completely correct or that it's complete. No, I'm
Right.
stating this is the direction we need to work in. These are the ideas that we need to further develop. And we need to find the mistakes that might be in there. And we need
Right.
to correct them and move on from there.
Let me ask one more question. If information is flowing both ways here, does this imply that consciousness could have a physical effect on the universe?
Yes. So yeah, this
So-
could imply this, right? So
Right.
if we see someone like Uri Geller influencing something with his mind, this could be explained here. This is something that Hildebrand von Ludwiger directly said.
It's interesting that you bring up Geller. In my presentation, I referenced Annie Jacobson, who wrote a book called Phenomena. Have you read it?
Yes.
That is food for thought. That was a great WTF moment for me as I went through that book. But I've never thought about having a mathematical description for how mind can affect the universe. I mean, we talk about it and we say we have ideas. Right now in the consciousness community, everyone's got an opinion, right? Me, everyone else. But I've never heard of a mathematical formulation for how consciousness can affect reality.
So this is actually what Heim tried to achieve. So his 6-dimensional stuff and the elementary structure of matter is kind of a foundation stone to show that his direction is right. But what he actually wanted to build is a mathematical, metaphysical base on which you can then start to really talk, right? Because we do not have that. We have no foundation on which to really talk, on to really test, is it bullshit that we're saying or not? And this is what he was trying to achieve here. And I really think that he got quite far. And even if it's not correct, the ideas in here are the right ones to follow and to further investigate and to further flush out.
Interesting. Thanks.
Joel, I just posted there. You can probably see on the side. If you go to the book and check out that work number 10, tripartite continuum of consciousness, was an area that my father-in-law covered in that. See if there's anything there that's helpful or can be refuted.
Yes, I started to look at your stuff. I was really busy with this presentation, but I already found some stuff in there which is really interesting, and there are definitely some ideas that are cross-connected. And so for me personally, it's also really interesting because from what I learned, some people in the East were really interested in Heim, and there might have even been a translation into Russian of Heim theory. So yeah, maybe they even cross-pollinated. I'm not sure about it.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, again, as a layman listening to your presentation, I was like, oh, this sounds a lot like. So that's why I just ran the quick comparison to see.
Yeah. So guys, I don't mean to interrupt. So Curtis has an update, but I don't want to cut you guys off because you have good discussion going too. Curtis, would you be okay going in 10 minutes? Do you think at 4 or do you want to do a quick update now?
Yeah, 4 is fine. That works.
Okay. Let me do that then. And yeah, and I will be back in just a moment. So yeah, I would say keep going, guys. Do you want me to take down Joel's activity, the activity log, or do you want me to leave that up?
If you have further questions, otherwise we can put it down.
Okay. I can put it back up if anybody has questions. But I didn't mean to cut you guys off because you had a good.
No problem. I think the questions were answered. If there are new ones arising, I'm happy to answer, but I'm also fine.
Well, so I'm curious, Joel, again, layman questions. So for my father-in-law's work, he talks a lot about the best way I describe it is like this cosmic DNA download that humanity receives, and that it's part of this consciousness journey that we have to go on. And he has it framed around this 2024 quote unquote prediction of people passing through this phase between the logic and the spiritual. Is that anyway reflected in like Heim's works or what he was going around, or was his much more sort of focused on tangibles, I guess.
So Heim was a real physicist and a real science guy, right? So that said, like he definitely was that, and in his theory he always adhered to real mathematical and physical rigor. There's also a lot of interesting stuff happening with his consciousness, especially after the explosion and in the operations that followed, and in the months of extreme pain and in months of being in coma. I don't know if it's the same word in English.
Yeah.
Already when he was a child, there were really interesting stuffs happening. There's an audio tape where he described to Hillebrand von Ludwiger some experiences as a child. So he, for example, I think he was 5 or 6 years old. He saw a UAP, and suddenly he had the understanding and the realization what war is and what that means for humanity. And he completely freaked out, right? And yes, he screamed and was crying for the whole day. So very interesting stuff. I think these are very valid questions, and we should have an open discussion about all of these topics. And I think it's
Yeah, just quickly, and Gene, back to the tripartite entanglement thing. What do you see? The entanglement is part of the quantum enigma, right? It's something that we don't entirely understand why it happens. We just know that it does happen, right? Spooky action at a distance, as Einstein called it. But I guess my question to you is, what role do you think tripartite entanglement does? What is it? What role does it play? What does it do?
My idea? I have no idea. I have no idea. Again, to me, and the only point of reference I have and can turn to, again, is my father-in-law's works, and between diving into it and sort of the chat model we built to ping these sorts of questions off of it. Within that context, he talks about the craft having a consciousness interface. And so there is and it's like he's trying to explain it to somebody else, that essentially humanity needs to make these progressions in consciousness in order to get to the point to achieve the ability to have this sort of interface, and that all that is mathematically proven, and there's cycles and all the rest of it. So how that works, like, I can't begin to pull an answer out of my butt.
I might be able to contribute there a little bit. I talked about this in a few other places. So the resonant cavity of Earth that we live in affects each of our actions and our psyche, right? So you'll hear, like, in insane asylums or in jails or in hospitals, like a full moon, everybody loses their mind, right? Everybody goes crazy in full moon. And all these people, like, anecdotally, they'll say that. Well, there's been some studies out there that have actually, like, quantified this, like, how crazy do people go during full moons, right? It gets better, though, because you can also identify it a bit to solar flares. So for some reason, the ionosphere and the magnetosphere above it, when those parameters change and the Schumann resonance, the Schumann frequency on Earth changes by a certain amount, you can now quantify the amount of that change against the amount of crazy that people become, right? And the position of the moon pulls on this plasma sphere, this ionosphere, magnetosphere around the Earth. It pulls on that and creates this tide, this plasma sphere tide. Well, the moon isn't the only thing that, affects that plasma tide. The sun also can, create the tsunamis on that tide, right, when it has a flare. But all the other planets can affect it too. And then if you want to go really macro, the position of the solar system through the galactic plane is going to affect it too. And you go even more macro, and the position of our galaxy, reference to the, right, all these things are going to affect them to differing, long infinite tail amounts, right? But the moon has a big effect, right? It's the closest, biggest thing and has the most effect. And then right after that, it's the sun. And right after that, it's like some of the planets.
Interesting. Yeah.
So in Valeri's work where he's talking about it, and granted, I don't want to don't want to speak badly, but like he's pulling hard on some of these things. He's like on these graphs that he has in there, he's like, well, these world events are suggestive in this amplitude of this amount of psychic, or change in people. Okay, I don't know how quantified that is, but okay, so you think that this event in 1917 was of this importance, but this event in 1977 was of this importance in the overall grand like rise or decline of these different world powers, and no idea on that front. But what I can tell you is if you go through and you map the Schumann frequencies across those things, which are kind of like, the very end result of all of these tidal changes on the ionosphere around the Earth, you may be able to start deriving some actual predictable models from that to say, okay, well, we know that, as astrology type of thing. Oh, it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Yeah. Astrology type of thing, like where they're saying, well, if you have the 3 planets in the triune spots and Neptune is in the house of, okay, there might be an iota of something there to the astrology stuff. On that front, the only thing that I can say is I saw one study that was a very small sample size of like 10 or 20 people, but it was identifying some predictive power of astrology to be able to predict higher rates of autism. So people that were born when certain planets and certain things were like in this one spot and doing this one thing, maybe had a slightly higher chance of people being born on that day being autistic than otherwise not, right?
Interesting. Yeah.
Super low in value on that, right? I would take a massive bag of salt.
Yeah, you're scaring practical physicists half to death right now, right?
Right. Right.
They're running for the exits, as it were. But Joel, I have another question for you. We covered half of the quantum enigma. I'm sorry. Oh gosh, lack of sleep. Okay, so we covered half of it. We looked at entanglement just for a second. You made the statement that Heim did not have a whole lot of confidence in some quantum theory, basically, and I'm summarizing for you here. It seemed that's what you were implying. My question is, the other half of the quantum enigma is indeterminism. What would Heim have thought of indeterminism? Because it sounds like he has pieced together a very deterministic approach to the structure of the universe from the very foundation all the way through the highest level of consciousness. Where would he stand regarding indeterminism?
That's a really, really good question. I'm not sure if I can answer this in Heim's name.
Right.
I definitely gonna research that more. From my current understanding, I'm really not sure, because the theory allows for a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then also just very specific stuff can actually be realized. So this is very interesting. And then what you have in there are cyclical stuff. So that's also very interesting if we go back. So if we say the position of the solar system in the galaxy in the bigger systems, and so on, those are also cyclical systems, right? So, but the next fulfillment of the cyclus is not exactly the same as the last time when it was in that position.
Mm-hmm.
So this is also something reflected in Heim structure theory. And again, like as above, so below, also in Heim theory, that the same principles guiding the microcosmos are guiding the macrocosmos and guiding every layer. Okay. So if we see principles happening on one layer, then they're probably happening in other layers as well. This is not really answering your question, I know. So this is what you get.
Hey, I want to party with you guys. I mean, I'm telling you, this is a great conversation.
I'm gonna write this down, and I'm gonna dedicate some time to really push an answer to this, because I think it's really, really interesting. So can you post a question again?
Okay, so what
determinism, right?
Indeterminism, exactly. What did Heim feel about indeterminism? And does he believe it's real? Does he believe it's not? How would he say that it plugs within his overall model? And could he mathematically quantify that? Could he say, all right, here's what's going on, here are the mathematics behind it? How does he explain non-locality? How does he deal with things that we ourselves are having difficulty dealing with? And listen, if you can explain these things, you're headed for a Nobel Prize. I'm looking forward to it. So we'll come party with you when you get that Nobel, okay? For sure.
So parts of it are answered in Heim theory in the way that you have quantum mechanics is part of a larger system, right? So I think we can actually find some intelligent answers to that question.
Good.
If they satisfy you, that's a different question. Okay.
Very
so,
good. Fair enough.
And I think now we're going to give it to Curtis Horn, and I'm really interested in what he's going to present. It's also some really good stuff.
Me as well. Absolutely.
Yeah, you guys can keep going till oh, there he is. We needed Tim.
There we go.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm here. No. Yeah. Curtis, take it away, sir.
Sure. Yeah, I uploaded the presentation.
There we go. Thank you. It was hiding.
All right. So let me get started here. So yeah, let me start with the lab update. We are okay. This was last time's. We have a updated transformer for the 16-disk stack. That was I mentioned that last month as well. So that's still there. It's functional. For the linear experiment, we finally got the setup built by the machinist at Cal State Fullerton. So Jim's got to pick that up next week. And so we're going to be able to pretty soon here start doing linear experiments as opposed to the torsion balance, which gives us, wiggles back and forth. And nobody's happy with that, apparently. So it's a good thing. We bought two of these. I do have one right here. It's a magnetic rail. And you can see that there's bearings on the sides, so it's actually riding on magnetism. You can go in either direction. These basically this nice rod that was supplied. Like I said, we bought two sets of these, so the machinist cut one of them so it could fit in the vacuum chamber. And that's the good thing about this, is that it can go in the vacuum chamber. One thing about the bearings is that they're kind of they're touching the rod, so as to like provide guidance. So there's a little bit of friction. And so I'm not really sure if that's too much. And if it is too much, how we'd have to address how can we reduce that. So we probably talk to the manufacturer. I think this is there's some bolt heads here. So I think this is something you could take apart, but I really don't want to. So yeah, it's as you can see here, it's like really easily, if I go a little bit off of center, it slides down. So, and if I keep it straight, it stays still. So that's kind of good, because with the air slide, the thing is moving back and forth. It's so sensitive. So we need to kind of set a balance there. So I'm excited about this, especially with the 16-disk stack, where that's supposed to produce much more force. And if it is producing a linear force, we'll see that. So if we have stick slip motion, it won't go anywhere, right? Because that's not changing the momentum. So it might wiggle back and forth, but it won't actually move. So that's something that is imminent. Also, Jim is working. This kind of uploaded got messed up, but Jim is reconditioning one of the bearings with what he calls big ears, which is, you can see here, the bearing up here at the top. It has an extra degree of freedom, so that it, as the ear vibrates, it should produce less stick slip type motion. That's the idea. So next thing, this is last time. This was the theory update. So I had a conceptual framework for the completed unified field theory. And I was working on an outline for the paper. I had mass, charge, magnetic moment of all the stable particles calculated. So since then, we're still working on it, but basically, it's the framework is we've done additional things to the theory. Well, I have and Jim has been very good at kind of giving me feedback in our discussions. So I'm at the point where I'm going to be writing a paper to upload into archive and submit to a journal. We're talking about which journal. I'm not really sure. We have a couple contenders. And so one of the other things I've done this past month is I went ahead and checked if this unified field theory does give us the Mach effect, and it does. So Jim's theory, Jim's Mach effect derivation does pop out of the theory, which is really good news, and something Jim's been looking for a long time. So now he's kind of pressuring me to get the paper done and published. So that's what done. And once I get it in archive, I'll make sure to share it with you guys. I can get on here and give a long presentation about it, because at least it's established that I did the work and figured out what I did, and we can talk about it. So yeah, if you guys want to talk about other physics, I'd be happy to stay on for a little bit.
Awesome. Well, thank you, man. Thank you. And thank all of you. You guys are, again, just kicking butt today. And the day after the holiday, too, is super slow. But
it's because I haven't had any sleep, Tim.
Yeah.
I was really interested about the quantum thing discussion. I don't know if you guys have
yeah, or if you want, before we get back to that, I can do kind of a quick update. I didn't realize I haven't showed you guys my photos and video from the last trail of disaster that I've done.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I run through that real quick? I will be super quick.
Sounds good.
Okay, I'll take that down. Let me do a share. And this is okay. Yeah. So this is mostly for the folks watching. But so again, Alt Propulsion YouTube channel. This is accessible through our website. I went to the the SCU conference in the beginning of the month, the beginning of June. And so I put up, let me see, 6 new videos, I think. One of them was with Glenn Tony Robertson, who was on the NASA superconductor team. And if anybody hasn't seen this yet, I will share this. Oh, that doesn't help. So basically, so I'm supposed to be moderating and I'm making things worse here. Okay, so he ran through all the Ning Li story as he understands things. He doesn't have the full puzzle, but he has a lot of the pieces. Then Tony did magnet motor overviews, just something that he is building. He doesn't have a demo for it. And he talked about the Graviflyer. I met a fellow named Jim Landreth, who had done some follow-ups on the Ning Li story. Then I talked about UAP and orbs with Roni Vernette, UAP materials analysis with Matthew Sadagas. And then we actually had a really cool tour of Chance Glenn's lab at Alabama A&M. So that is up on that channel. And then I'm going to share this one instead. There we go. Okay, and I got photos for all of these. And so with Tony, it was mostly just people photos. You can see these are some of the superconductors they tested. And again, they're very brittle. They fall apart. So that was Tony's. Oops. And okay. Then I got the SCU conference. I tried to get the folks who were there. They would not let me do photos in the conference sessions. So it was mostly just people photos, but you can kind of see, these are the usual suspects. And then I got photos in Chance Glenn's lab as well. And my goal there was just to try and show more about what these folks are doing with their work. Okay, so thank you for your patience. That was my quick update. Again, I'm going to Isaiah Ritchie's. I'm going to try and get more SCG photos and video. And I just want to get as much detail as I can on it. I don't know if the Searle effect generator works. I think probably everybody disagrees on whether or not they think it will, but he's doing the work and he's doing an amazing job building it. So I wanted to try and get as much as I could. Okay, so intermission is over, I guess. You guys were talking about consciousness.
I have a question regarding materials, Tim. What is the latest as far as UAP recovery materials? Have any breakthroughs been made? I mean, you're fairly plugged into this.
Jared is
Jared, excellent. Jared,
he's spearheading it. He is the man for materials.
Good to know. I think Jared and I maybe are like souls here when it comes to materials. What's the latest? What's going on?
So right now, we have Dr. Sadagas is working for us over the summer, and he is doing much more rigorous work on the data that we've already collected for the neutron analysis, right? So right now, we know what elements are present in the ARTS part sample, but we're trying to get even better, and we're trying to do isotopic data. And so if we can get isotopes, not just of like 2 elements in there, which is what Oak Ridge did, which is the same elements that Linda had already done like 20 years prior to that, right? We don't care about old info like that. We care about higher quality across a wider range of elements, right? So if we can get isotopes of like 5 or 6 or more elements in there, that'll paint a lot better picture. There's a lot you can do when you have isotopic ratios, you know, that close of a fingerprint. You might be able to start figuring out much more useful information, like what mine. My goal would be, could we figure out what mine did these elements get taken from based on their ratios? Can we figure out what, at least what location on Earth? Can we figure out which place was most likely to be the place that was putting this together, right? There's a lot of information you can get if you just get enough isotopic data out there, which Oak Ridge National Lab under Arrow has been purposely misleading people on, right? So their 9-page report was pretty good. And then there was actually a 90-page report that they said is CUI, controlled unclass info. And Hal Putoff and Eric Davis got to sit down and like go through that, right? And then Hal Putoff and that they put together their own summary on what was in there, right? So their summary, I guess, is not classified. So on the TTSA website, Hal has released, as of a couple months ago, Hal released the notes, the summary notes from what's in the 90-page document.
Jared, I have a question. What elements essentially have and just a quick summary, but what elements have you guys discovered?
So the elements in ARTS parts are ridiculously close to the Dalnogorsk 1986 UFO. So the 1986 Russian Height 611 Dalnogorsk case is one that I think anybody that wants to know about ARTS parts should look into the Dalnogorsk case, because there are a list of elements. I think it's like a dozen plus elements that were detected from the Dalnogorsk one. And we got like 9 or 10 of those elements present in ARTS parts. Now I have this matrix that I've been working on that's got like 20 plus different UFO materials tested at one point or another in history, right? And so I've gone through and I've just like jotted down which elements show up in all of these different tests, right? And you get to Dalnogorsk, and right off the bat, it's got like the best list of all the elements ever tested in there. Everything else has like maybe 5 or less. Dalnogorsk has like a dozen. And then after that, you have ARTS parts is the next best one with the most elements. And it just so happens that those 2 ones have like total overlap. And the most important smoking gun for elements that we found in ARTS parts is the presence of uranium. Arrow now, and we so far what Zadagas and company have done is they've identified through neutron activation as well as XRF, as well as I think there's a third way that they're doing it too. So they're trying to like, you know, triple check so that it's publishable info, right? They're trying to triple check the data. But right now, the preliminary data that is double checked is that uranium's in there, both from the neutron activation and the XRF. And the XRF takes all of 2 minutes to do. It's a $4,000 machine that you can buy, right? And it shows up every single which way from Sunday under XRF, the uranium does. So why in the crap did one of the best national labs on the planet not list the presence of this thing that shows up in something that an undergrad can do on, like, it's super suspicious. Super suspicious.
The elements, obviously you are analyzing elements within a piece of material that has a structure. So my question is this: what structures did you find? Was this layered? Was it kind of like a laminate, or was it, how were they put together? And second question, did any of these show signs of doping? And in other words, a doped material, like a doped perovskite, what did you guys find?
So for the dimensional analysis, for what's going on as far as the structure of the samples, again, you have a significant amount of overlap between Dalnogorsk and Arts parts for the structural stuff. In both of those cases, it seems as though there's some parts of the Arts parts that for some reason no one else ever observed, but we put it under a microscope and we're seeing stuff on this thing. And we're like, why has no one ever mentioned this before? So there was whiskering, right? There was microscopic whiskering where you had, it looks like both bismuth and zinc whiskers, which are indicative that this thing has been in a prolonged electric gradient. You also have these quartz-clad gold nanowires present in both Dalnogorsk and Arts parts. As far as the layering goes, I shouldn't poo-poo on Arrow's report too much because there's some parts of it that I really like that's super useful. For example, they have in the magnesium zinc layering, you can see in their stuff that it looks as though the zinc is present for 2 magnesium layers and is much less present for 2. And so it alternates. So you get magnesium, bismuth, right? Well, it's magnesium and zinc and then bismuth, magnesium and zinc and bismuth. So you get 2 of these magnesium and zincs that have a lot of zinc in them, and you get 2 of them without a lot of zinc, and then 2 of them with a lot of zinc, right? And it alternates like that. Once again, that is super duper weird that slag, if it was slag, which is not, would have like that purposeful zinc doping between those 2 halves. My preliminary assessment, highly preliminary, is that zinc is that zinc shows up in other UFO parts that I've analyzed. And when it shows up in other parts, it seems as though it's being utilized in a electronic sort of way. So they're dealing with like plasmonics, or they're dealing with other very small nanoscopic sized technologies that are dealing with confined electric or magnetic fields, or both. And that they're using those constrained fields to create really high energy gradients of some kind, right? And they're manipulating these energy gradients in a way to do a thing, whatever that thing is. They could be doing it for propulsion. They could be doing it for cloaking. They could be doing it for stinking alchemy, converting the stuff, the hull of the thing into gold. I don't know, because I never know what part of the craft any of these things are coming off of, right?
Right. Let me ask this question then. You called it slag, but it's not slag, you're saying. But slag's an interesting term. And my question would be this: have you looked at the potential for how those materials might be affected when subjected to multiferroic processes? Let's say heat, pressure, electricity, magnetism. In other words, the base properties of these elements, the way that they're layered as well. Any insight there?
So we have some pieces of UFOs that look like just a blob of metal, right? Like Ubatuba just looks like a glob of metal, right? And it's almost pure magnesium with very, very tiny amounts of zinc, almost like it used to have more zinc, but the zinc was used up. That's my assessment. And then you have intermediate metal blobs. These things are more like, usually they're mostly aluminum magnesium, and they are usually very, very strong. You can't scratch them, you can't dent them, you can't melt them, you can't do nothing to them. They're unusually hard and resilient. And then you have these highly anomalous samples like the arts parts or Dalmagors, where you get layering, you got lots of different elements present, and they're super brittle usually. So for our purposes, the layered stuff is the only thing that it seems as though we might be able to get a lot of different technologies out of. These other things that's like really hard metal or really resilient metal, you can get one technology out of that. You can get a really hard resilient metal. But for the layered stuff, you could take that 15 ways from Sunday. And I think I've come up with at least 4 different things that you can come up with out of that stuff, right? But if you want to pursue any of them, you're on the most cutting edge of what technology can do today, right? We only within the last decade or so have been able to get to the point where we could get this level of engineering. Yeah.
Has anyone looked at the potential of phase change? In other words, if the material is subjected to extreme heat, pressure, electromagnetism, is there any, what is the best way to put it? Is there any nonlinear behavior you might think would be associated with the material being subjected to those forces?
I can give you one example.
Sure.
A friend of mine named Merlin, who is this old guy who is like OG alt everything type of guy. I love this guy. So he was given back in the 80s or 90s, he was given a piece of like little cube or a couple little pieces of a UFO from like the head of MUFON. And this guy's a chemist. So what does he try to do? He tries to chemist this thing. He tries to do everything he can to destroy it. So he tries to melt it. He puts acids on it. He puts heat on it of all sorts. He puts his like nitrogen laser on this thing. He's doing everything he can to try to zorch this thing. Kills me, but okay. So after fighting with this thing for like a month plus trying to destroy it, he finally says, well, I'm going to throw the kitchen sink at it. I'm going to put some Brown's gas on it, right? Which is one of the most corrosive things known to man, right? And so he gets like a Brown's gas torch and just for like 20 minutes or something. And he said that was the only thing that made this resilient piece of metal react at all. And, you know, that's burning at like 3,000 plus degrees or something, or, you know, 2800, something like that. It's like super hot. And he said it made it glow a dull red. And that was it. That was the only thing that it made it do.
Wow. So basically indestructible, almost.
Yeah. And that story is not a one-off. It's just that's the only one that I've confirmed first person, right? I've talked to the person who did the test.
Interesting. All right. Well, I've taken up a lot of your time here. So Tim, you're back. Are you?
Yeah. No, I'm here. Yeah.
Oh,
and again, I'm good to go. I mean, if you guys want to do open discussion, that's cool.
I have one last thing to add to that, Greg, and then
Sure.
So for the phase change stuff, if you really want to like poke that hornet's nest with the higher ups and the tech that isn't getting released and that stuff, right? You really want to poke that bear. Quasi crystals is where it's at. It's all about quasi crystals.
Now here is a subject close to my heart. There's a lot of bizarre aperiodic behavior relative to quasi-crystals. And the question I have is, in fact, I was about to ask, but I stopped because I thought I was taking too much time on the same subject, but let's go on for just a second. Have you looked at these materials? Have you looked at their geometric structures? Have you looked at the possibility that under some force that it would be able to change into an aperiodic configuration? And I know that's an easy question to ask, but really hard one to find out in the lab, right? But have you thought about it? Have you given any thought to this at all?
So it's either my first or second arts parts presentation. I start going into what at the time I thought was like maybe a steaming barrel, not a smoking gun, but a steaming barrel of this aperiodic structure on these ruptured microspheres on the bismuth surface.
Right.
And there's some obvious geometric stuff there. It's just I'm not a crystallography guy, so I don't know if this 20-fold symmetry that I was seeing there was indeed indicative of, you know, a quasi-crystalline rupturing pattern, or if it was crystals, normal weird crystals, but regular crystals. So then when I got the chance to run some other arts parts under a transmission electron microscope, and we're looking at, you know, if these atoms are showing up with, you know, the special rings on your FFT there on the scope, then you got a great smoking gun. And so for 6 hours there at the lab, plus maybe longer, I'm staring, like, I'm not even looking at what the guy's doing for looking at it under the microscope. I'm barely paying attention to the actual, like, what are we seeing on thing. I'm just staring at the FFT like a hawk, waiting to see some quasi-crystalline rings on there. And at no point, and I still have all of that data, at no point was this aperiodic structure observed there. If anything, it was very polycrystalline. It was pretty apparent that this thing had been heated up and then cooled down, and that it may have been monocrystalline at one point, but then you get those, you know, heating and then it cools and you get all your polys islands everywhere. And yeah, if indeed it has some QC components in there, it may have been lost. That might have been like one way that if you had this kind of technology built into your material and you want to destroy your material so that the enemy doesn't capture that tech, that might be one way of doing it. Is you can take a quasi-crystal that was formed, you know, using very specific conditions, and then you Zorch the crap out of it so that all of those good aperiodic structures are lost, right? And now it becomes completely amorphous, and then cools down, and now you have this polycrystalline that is, you know, useless to you. That might be possibly one thing that it could be, but it's a stretch.
I agree that's a stretch, but question, any iron?
It had iron FCC style crystallography under the TEM, but
what do you mean?
It was
on that. Elaborate.
So I think I included that in my most recent presentation. So there's another tool you can use in the toolkit where you can like have the computer analyze the direction of all the grains on the surface, and then it can calculate out a curve on what is the most likely crystallographic, you know, underlying structure there based on all these directions. And we had a fairly loose fit that who was closest, and when I say closest, I mean like a 57.5% match to iron. Maybe it was body centered cubic. I think it was iron BCC, not F space centered. Anyways, yeah, that's what I can tell you for the iron. It doesn't seem like it's got a whole lot of iron in it, but it seems like it's got, you know, the same crystallography as iron or something.
Interesting. Okay, and one last thing. Any REEs, any rare earth elements that are significant, I mean, that you think may play a significant role in the structure?
Yeah. So rare earth is a catch-all term that people tend to use in papers when they want to be sneaky and not tell you what they're actually testing. And it's the most frustrating term you can come across when reading a paper, because it's like, well, yeah, I know there's about half a dozen of these that we could have said it was, you know, but we're not going to tell you. It's proprietary. So yeah, you got the bismuth. Like that's the smoking gun in both Dalinogorsk and Arts Parts is the presence of that bismuth. That's probably some secret sauce of some kind in there. But there's also some neodymium and maybe niobium if you look across the spectrum of all UFO samples.
That's interesting. Okay. All right. Yeah. You know what? It would be great. Jared, you ought to do a presentation on this. I mean, and I know you do presentations all the time, but it would be great to get your feedback on layered crystalline geometries and what you feel may have been a doped substrate, and tell me what that was. I'm gonna assume that an REE is a doping agent, and I'm gonna assume that iron is a doping agent. You said you had a somewhat possibility for iron. But you're saying that there are other REEs that you definitely have ID'd as part of this analysis, and that catches my attention. That would be very interesting to see you, with your expertise, present those findings. Because I got a thumbs up from Joel over here. Yeah. So it would be very interesting, because I think that moving in that direction might bear fruit. It would be very, very interesting. So listen, go get them. You're doing great work, and I'm extremely interested in it. Yeah,
I appreciate that. Last thing I give you here, Tim, if you allow me to share this tab.
Oh, yes. Sorry. There we go.
There we go. So this is the sheet that I have, and it has all of these tabs on the bottom here. This is a publicly accessible thing. I have an easy link to this stuff is tinyurl.com/UFO repo or arts parts pics or anything like that. Will get you into the general Google Drive with this stuff. But just so you can see, and I'm sure this is way too small to make.
I'm grabbing the glasses, guys.
Yeah. Trying to make it as big as I can here. So this is the matrix I was talking about, where I've identified all the elements present. Hopefully we have high enough resolution that y'all can screenshot this if you need to, if you don't want to have to go to the link later on, but I'll make it even bigger and then scroll down a little bit.
Yeah, please include the link, please.
Yep. Yeah. So I'll put the link in the private chat here in just a second. But yeah, down here in the arts parts, so uranium, I don't think uranium was picked up in the Dallin-Gorsk one, this dark blue one, but uranium did show up in our full neutron activation analysis. And that's the most important thing. Zadagas thinks that means it's part of a nuclear missile casing, possibly, right? Not hanging our hats on anything yet, but it's a pretty interesting idea. Also, his testing showed that it blocked neutron radiation in like a very significant amount, like more than anything else we've ever seen be able to block neutron radiation. So that's, again, a smoking gun that maybe it was used as a nuclear casing of some kind. But yeah, the presence of the other rare earths, like I was saying, niobium, here we can see that it only shows up in this half-meter disc that showed up in Poland in 1977.
Jared, tell me about that for a second. And that's really interesting. So what is this disc?
That disc was, give me a second. I have the link there, but I need to see it one more time. It's still loading. Yeah, I'm not seeing the data there offhand, but the gist is that I can't remember. I think some farmer just saw this thing like crash in his farm field, and like he goes up to it and he gets it, and I think he kept a piece of it, maybe. And it ended up eventually finding its way into the hands of the military, never to be seen again. But he was able to take his sample and get his sample tested, and that's where we see vanadium, cobalt, nickel, niobium, molybdenum, tellurium. This in my book, like, this is what you need to do as a meta study like this before you can even begin to like.
Right. No, I agree.
Right.
Right. How many examples of niobium?
That was the only one that I found there. Was just this one.
Interesting. Yeah, no wonder he didn't get it back.
Okay. There was another weird one here recently that I heard about that was from the 1980s, I want to say, early 80s. It was over in like Dublin, somewhere around there, somewhere around in Ireland. And this was like a massive craft was like flying over and just dropping debris like crazy as it flew over this farmer's field. And like He collected up some pieces, and then the military show up and they cordoned off the whole large area, and they take stuff for like 2 weeks, and then they go away. And then the farmer calls up his UFO buddy. The UFO buddy comes back. They hunt for a few weeks. Some of it was forested. They found some pieces under the brush. The dude has a piece about this big.
Wow.
From that craft. It's like the largest piece in private hands I've ever seen. And it's supposedly 94% lanthanum.
94% lanthanum.
94% lanthanum in like the early 80s. Like, no. That might have been a thing later on, right? Like nowadays, sure, maybe you got like some super stealth tech thing. Maybe they put crazy amounts of money into the skin of the craft to get that kind of, but even still, like, why? But then, no, just no.
Yeah, interesting. Wow. I could talk about this for hours, but I'm not going to bore the audience. But listen, it is fascinating. You're doing a great job.
Well,
appreciate that.
Yeah, guys. So it's 4:30 Pacific now. Do you want to close things off at 5 tonight? That's a little bit shorter than usual, but
it's whatever you think, Tim. I'm good. These guys I can talk to all night long. In fact, too bad.
Yeah, I don't want to step on your guys' conversation.
Actually, I was going to ask Jared about, or Greg, maybe either of you. I heard there was some new material out of Russia that, the way I heard it described, the NSA examined it. As far as I know, the NSA doesn't examine. They do signals intelligence and cybersecurity. Right. But it's supposed to be presented on at an upcoming conference. These big results. I wasn't sure if there was anything you'd heard about it.
You're saying that over in Russia, they have some UFO samples that Russia is getting ready to say disclosure now.
No, this is somebody who claims it's a well-known organization that's getting ready to have a conference, and they say that they have materials from Russia that I guess it has something to do with Gary Nolan, and they said the NSA examined these materials and they were going to be given a grand reveal, and I hadn't heard anything about it. Otherwise, wasn't sure if in your worlds new materials out of Russia had
okay, you're saying the NSA is going to present this material and reveal
somebody had it examined by the NSA.
Oh, got it.
And as far as I know, NSA only deals with signals intelligence and cybersecurity, and I thought that was kind of
it is interesting
thing to say. However, the people saying it are respected, so I don't want to poo-poo it so fast.
There you go. Yeah.
The NSA does. Sure. They do Space Force stuff, right? They do satellites. They're huge into satellites. That's like most of their stuff is satellites, right? Satellites plus hacking people's computers. So if it was a satellite that came down, that would make sense why the NSA might be getting involved, maybe. Or if it's a consciousness side of thing, maybe NSA is getting a little bit tapped into there. One thing I'll say on our side is we have some non-Dalnogorsk pieces that are from Russia or Chechnya or something like that, that we are getting ready to test. They kind of look similar to some of the pieces from Dalnogorsk, but these pieces did not come from that crash. And we're at face value, it already looks like it's going to be pretty prosaic, right? Which I love it when it's prosaic because it's a lot easier and faster to just say, okay, next, right? It's these non-prosaic things that you have to just spin your wheels for years trying to figure out like what's going on here.
Well, for Art's parts also, so Matthew Sadagas may have made a pretty effective case that it's radiation shielding. I mean, and maybe it has multiple purposes, yada, yada, but like maybe that was all it was. Maybe it was just radiation shielding. So maybe it was iridium doped aluminum or something on the inner hull, right? Like that whistleblower supposedly told Linda Moulton Howe that actually makes the thing fly. And then this was just some kind of a shielding to, keep the occupants from being irradiated.
Interesting. Wow. I'm hearing stories I haven't heard, Tim. Interesting. It is. Yeah. There's a lot there. I mean, and again, Jared is kind of, I believe he's the #1 person in the world right now for UAP samples.
No,
He's shaking his head.
Gary still gets that one because he's got the most samples and he's got all the good connections with all the super secret people that let him see all the cool stuff. I just get the scraps, the table scraps, but I'm happy with table scraps.
Okay, so he's the number one person who's not Gary for samples.
And you're on the hook, Jared, for a presentation. You know.
Oh, he's been doing them, and he's been doing updates. It's just
Right.
there's so much, you know,
There's
and
a lot. Yeah.
like he was saying, then lots of people have purported samples, and that's kind of a challenge, but like over time, you know.
Right.
And you want to talk about information overload. I shared that link in the private chat with you, the tinyurl.com/UFO repo, right? Which is like the master file for all this stuff. There's so much data. We put all of the data out there. It's all open source. It's all free. Anybody can just go look at all of this UFO sample data that we've got out there. And the crazy part, this is the part that like starts getting the paranoia brain going, is the crazy part is all of the UFO community, they're always like, where's the actual physical evidence, right? And then you present them actual physical evidence. And they're like, okay, but where's the analysis? And you present them the analysis. Okay, but then where's the white paper? And we're working on a white paper. We don't have the white paper yet.
Right.
Break here. But I've given you all the stuff that you could have a dozen white papers written from the stuff we've given you already, and nobody's doing it. And like 1,000 people are aware that like we got all this data out there on UFO samples. It's the paranoia starts coming in like, why isn't this happening? Why isn't this catching steam? And then you follow that up 2 days after my first presentation, Arrow comes out and publishes their 9-page Oak Ridge Nothing Burger report on the stuff 2 days after I present our thing.
Yeah.
It's because when you establish a set mindset, right? When you say, okay, there's no way that this is possibly real, then you can do all sorts of stuff to reinforce that. And then it becomes like this Bill Clinton argument. Remember, like in the late 90s when it was like, how do you define sex, right? It's like you can keep splitting that hair finer and finer and finer, right? Like Jared said, it's like, oh, there's no physical evidence. Oh, well, there's no white paper. Oh, well, it's not peer review. Oh, well, the people who peer reviewed it aren't credible enough. Oh, well, the people who reviewed it who are credible we're having a bad day, you know, and it just becomes this thing where it's just moving the bar, but they're moving the bar because psychologically they can't accept it.
Right.
So, you know,
I want to ask you guys a question here, and I don't want to take us the wrong direction, but have you, I've been repeatedly contacted and approached by people that are very pragmatic and sound-minded, and I'm not saying this in a negative sense. I just find it really interesting that have hopped on the consciousness bandwagon, as it were. And I had someone tell me that they could teleport to Mars in a moment, and I remember listening to this, and it was like, you know, I know you, and you're telling me that you can teleport to Mars in a moment, or you can teleport to wherever, and you can see things that, and it's like I used to know this person as a very pragmatic person, and there appears to be, and I don't know why, I don't know if it's a psychological thing or if it's a cultural thing, and I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying, have you guys experienced being contacted by individuals or talking with individuals who bring up the whole consciousness aspect, the dog whistles, more of a non-physical, I hate to use, you know,
no, and yeah, I mean, I'm Greg, I'm pretty pragmatic on this. I've done stuff. I've done on my podcast channel. I've interviewed tons of consciousness people, but I fall back to the pragmatic. It's like, give me something that I can use, because at the end of the day, right, anybody can say anything. And you know, I mean, I've had a lot of psychology, right? My first wife had a master's plus 90 in psychology. I helped her study all the way through it. And people are, all of us are so good at deluding ourselves, you know.
Agreed.
I mean,
Agreed.
you know, like, you know, like, I'm sure you've done the blind spot test online. You know, I mean, our vision, like, we have enormous blind spots that are filling in the blanks all the time. So
Exactly. And I took a graduate course as part of the AI thing. I took a course in psychology, but basically that's what they were dealing with, was
Yeah.
how the human mind processes things that we really don't see. It's almost like a prediction. It's like when I begin to interrogate an environment, I've seen it so many times. My room, a bedroom or a living room or out in the backyard, or wherever I go, we share environments, right? And the mind begins to predict those. It says, all right, here's what you expect. Here's what I'm going to show you. And if anything changes, I'll let you know, right? And that's a huge surprise if something changes, right? But we don't see it that way. Psychologically, we think we're seeing reality. And what we found in this class was that, in this one particular course, was that a whole segment of our peripheral vision is just filled in by the mind. It just fills it in.
But
it's amazing.
I mean, to play the devil's advocate though,
Sure.
everyone in this area does seem to come to consciousness, and the study that I've done shows that there is something there, right?
Something
So
there.
yeah, so it's for me, it's one of those things where it's like, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Right.
But I also I just don't. I've been approached by too many people saying too many things to just believe it without some kind of evidence,
Right. And how do you quantify it? And how do you establish a physical basis for it? It's like, give me the equation for love. Well, okay, wait a minute. Mathematically, I'm not, it's beyond my means. I just try and deal with it the best I can. So
I'm working on it.
Are you working on mathematics of love? If you are, okay, Joel, this is your second major prize. And once you write the book and you put the equations out, please invite us to your island in the Bahamas.
Maybe it's already published in synchrometrische Maximum-Telecentric. That's what I'm trying to communicate. Like the meta system of logic here might be able to kind of describe this, right? If the answer that is giving is satisfying to our kind of how we want to understand it, on what level we want to understand it, that's a different question. So first of all, I wanted to say to you, Greg, don't feel any pity for taking up time while asking such great questions and keeping this conversation going so nicely. And maybe I'm going to intersect here a little bit, because I thought about your question and I read up a little bit, and so Heim would probably think about indeterminism, that it is not fundamental. It is not there on the deepest level of reality, but it comes in through the observer. So if you are asking for the empirical measurement, yes, this is indeterministic. But why? Because the observer who actually observes empirical measurement sees just one projection. So the world appears indeterministic because we only access one projection of a vastly richer multimodal structure, where model logic and operator eigenvalues determine which outcome is realized. But does that mean that there's like one fixed way? I'm not sure. Like, to me, the many world interpretation of quantum mechanics is still open. So this could also mean that there is not just a branching of like a multiverse here, but like that would mean that like your consciousness is branching as well, right? So, and this could like be interrelated. Like the consciousness could develop in one certain direction and see like this kind of empirical outcomes, and another conscious could develop into another kind, like one branching consciousness, right? So this is an idea for an answer here.
That's interesting. A separate reality almost for each branch of consciousness. Now, that's the first time I've heard that concept. Typically, we hear it in separate physical realities, but this idea of a separate conscious reality, that's interesting. There's a principle called mirrored reciprocity. And basically what that means is that when you are in communication, if you're talking with someone, let's say I was talking with Gene, or I'm talking with Jared or whoever, or Tim, and if I come to that conversation and I am presenting a certain, it could be an attitude, a certain emotion, could be a very complex thing, there tends to be a mirroring of that from the individual that you're communicating with. And I wonder if Heim would suggest that there is the universe, indeterminism might mean that the universe mirrors back to us what we give it. And it's an interesting thought. So the answer that I get may have a lot to do with my being in my present moment, what I'm reflecting to the universe, maybe that gets reflected back. Indeterminism always just blew my mind, because basically the universe comes back and it says, and I'll be very general here, I'm going to answer the question that you ask. And if you change the question and ask for different parameters, I'm going to go ahead and answer that as well, even though the two, there's no objective answer to either question. I'm going to give you what you're asking for. And I've always wondered, I thought, with indeterminism, does this mean that essentially the universe relies on our own interrogation? In other words, when we interrogate the universe, we say, I'm looking for this. The universe comes back and it says, here's the answer to that question. But if I'm looking for an answer to a different question, as it were, and there's a very interesting analogy to this, and I've heard it explained this way. If you were to ask, let's say you had a couple of rectangular boxes, and these rectangular boxes, you could ask, in which box is object A? And in which box is object B? In indeterminism, you would get an answer that would say, this box has object A, this box has object B. But if I asked the universe, in which box are objects A and B, the universe comes back and it says they are in this box or they are in that box. They will never answer that question as to A is here and B is here, which is a fascinating aspect of indeterminism, in that it's responding to me based on the question that I ask. And I've always found that absolutely fascinating. So let me ask you this: is there a relationship where let me put it this way, with indeterminism, does that have any direct correspondence to reality? So when I ask a question or when I interrogate the universe, that reality changes itself, or does that put me in a different reality altogether? It's an interesting question, in that I look at indeterminism, I look at entanglement. It's kind of like you guys have seen multi-tools, right? And so you look at a multi-tool. Now, here's a great party joke or activity. After maybe you've consumed some of your favorite beverage and you've got this tool, and I hand it to you, this multi-tool, and I say, identify every part of the tool, which gets funny, and it gets funnier and funnier as time goes on, right? But you open it up and you say, that's a screwdriver. That's a Phillips head screwdriver. That's a flathead screwdriver. Some answers are very easy for us, but then you get to a particular part of that tool that just totally, you don't understand why it's there. What is its utility? I guess that's what I'm trying to say. What is the utility of this particular tool? And with indeterminism and with entanglement, that question needs to be answered. What is the utility? The universe presents us this. It says it's here. It's part of it's part of the utility tool, right? The multi-tool. What's it for? Why does it exist? And I would pose that question to all of you. I just think it's an absolutely fascinating thought as to why. Why is it there? Why? In many worlds is an answer, in terms of which direction you branch to. It could be multiple realities, determining which reality you are shown based on the questions you've asked. There are some interesting ways of looking at this, but anyway, it's a fun thing to ponder.
Yeah, it's great, and there was so lot in there. It's quite late here. I forgot half of the good ideas that I had to answer to this. But look, so I also I read a lot about remote viewing, and there are also some very good books in just in the German space about remote viewing, and I also have access to the English space. So in there, the problem of the bias of the target giver, right, to the remote viewing session is a very deeply discussed topic, and this is a really big issue. So what you're saying here, like what you said in the beginning, right, the influence and so on, there's definitely something going on. And to go back to non-locality, in Heim theory, it is completely clear that there can be non-locality in 4D space because you have background dimensions in which every point on the 4D space is connected in this background dimensions. So in the background dimension, there is no distance, okay? Not in that way. So yeah, okay. And can you please post your last question that you post? Can you write this in chat so that I have it in a written form? And
Sure.
I'm definitely gonna think about it. And you should send me an email so I've got your email address, or come join my Heim Theory Discord. We should
There you go.
have discussions from time to time. It's very fun.
Well, that sounds
Yeah.
great. Absolutely, Joel.
Yeah, and we're just about there in terms of time, guys. So
Greg, I'll just say the one thing that came to my mind as you were speaking was just the classic story of the genie in the lamp.
Yeah.
And just what you ask for may not turn out to be what you intended to receive.
That's for sure. And in fact,
And that's an ancient story, so perhaps there's some truth there.
when the Defense Intelligence Agency came out with a document, this is a while back. And basically what they were saying is, look, and this ties into Joel's discussion about teleportation or telepathy, I guess. Be careful. And it's interesting. You may get more than you bargained for. And that's essentially what the paper said, was that there are things out there that go bump in the night, and you may not want to run into any of those. And so I think it's a fascinating topic. I'm not gonna diss it at all. I'm not gonna say it's bad, it's good. It is intriguing, but I think personally for me, this is something that I probably would not jump into wholeheartedly.
Mm-hmm.
I think I might step carefully into that area if that were something that I even thought about doing.
But I think it begs that question. There's so much what we'd call folklore. How much
Right.
of that is just passed on, forgotten, unappreciated knowledge? Like Tim was saying, it's what's been lost to history or recycled in a new way that
Right.
we might have already known and had insights into.
Right. It's interesting. It's a fascinating subject for sure. Yeah.
I might also just add in one last thing here. Taking the consciousness stuff and going over to the quasicrystal stuff, there's a lot of overlap there. Hammeroff and Penrose with their microtubules thing are suggesting, that they're antennas, right? And there's a greater consciousness field of some kind. If you go down the rabbit hole of looking into the non-locality that is present in quasicrystals, and you say that the apparent quasicrystalline nature of these microtubule cytoskeletal structures allows them to tap into this higher thing, there might be some weird psychic superpower stuff that could be explained through some other very not well studied areas of science.
Interesting. And on a last note for me personally, I really keep an open mind about a lot of things, and I'm not quick to judge, to say that's wrong, that's right. It's I hope that I think critically, and so I'm not going to shut the door on anything. I mean, we all have our own experiences, and we all have those areas which we have expertise and at which we have interests. And so I am wide open, and I don't want to be interpreted as I think that consciousness or the pursuit of these types of things are negative. I'm just saying, just be aware, be careful. But,
yeah, I think that's very good in this subject, and I've got recently somebody told me 3 criteria for a healthy mind, which I really like. And the first one is the mind needs to be open. The second one is the mind needs to be flexible, and the third one is the mind needs to be able to express humor. Okay, so if you got those 3 covered, you're good.
We're good. It's all good.
I think so. I think so.
Yeah, I think we're good. Hey, listen, one last thing. Tim has done a fabulous job. And he is one of the best hosts and so quick to adapt and so quick to respond in a positive and constructive way. You know what? He always asks people to give, to give presenters a hand. Let's give him one. What do you say? Hey,
Thank you guys.
Tim, thank you.
Definitely, Tim.
Thank you guys.
Wonderful. Thanks.
Yeah, well, and I think we're just about there. So let me close things out for tonight. This has been APEC for July 5th, 2025. And I want to thank everybody. Thank you guys. Thank you for the presentations. And thank you to everybody who tuned in. And thank you to everybody who watches this in replay as well. So it's been an amazing conference session.
Thanks, Tim. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Been good. Pleasure, guys.